Now for the Western All-Star Baseball game, we take you to Cleveland. This program is already in progress.
The price of fame, of course, in center field, and Tommy Henrik in right. McCarthy will start Jim Bagby Jr., and that selection is significant, as it was Jim's dad, Jim Sr., who was a sergeant in World War I, and a 31-game winner for the Cleveland Indians in 1920. Buddy Rosar will be the catcher for the Americans. Now, Buddy Rosar is considered second string on the Yankees, the runner-up to Big Bill Dickey. Yet Rosar on any other club would be the first-string receiver and well thought of. Tonight's contest gives you something to consider when you realize that Bobby Feller will be pitching in front of his hometown admirers against Boudreau, Keltner, and Bagby, former teammates of his. In days gone by, Boudreau and Keltner stood out at shortstop and third base and reveled in the ease in which Feller retired their opponents. Tonight, both those batters will be on the receiving end of Bobby's genius. They'll have to hit against them, and that's not going to be easy. The game, as far as we can see it, will be decided by pitching. Cochran thinks the American Leaguers, no matter how great their lineup appears to be, must score runs to win. And as Mike said over coffee this morning, well, I think Feller and Rigney can hold them, while our service team hasn't been stopped yet, not by any club. Well, that's McCarthy's worry. The American Leaguers have a powerful aggregation to throw at the service boys, but as only 9 men can play the game at once, the Major League All-Stars will have to be at their very best to win. And you must remember, baseball fans, that old but true adage, anything can happen in baseball. And once again, here's Bob Ellis.
Thank you very much, Wade Hoyt, for that fine analyzation of this American League team that we're going to see here in the stadium tonight. And Al Shack, baseball's famous clown, is getting the center of the stage now, friends, because all these servicemen are off the field. And now Al is walking out to the center of the diamond and giving an impersonation of Bob Feller. He just gave one of Waller Johnson. He just walked out to the mound and heaved the ball way up into the wire, netting back at the plate. And now he's gone out there with that he has gotten down almost to a T, that rather unique stride of Bob Feller. Bob is one of the grandest fellows in baseball. I think he's been one of the most popular ball players of all time, but he has a rather odd stride. And Al Shack, believe me, has it right down to a T. And he just walked out there to the mound, and now he's starting his windup, and he's going to heave another baseball, and he gives that one a heave-ho right up into the screen, and the crowd really likes it. It's just a few minutes before game time, before the All-Star game here in Cleveland, and the umpires, I've noticed, have just poked their heads. He's going to... The umpires have just poked their heads out of the dugout, and they are coming out shortly, and this ball game will be underway, I believe, in just a couple of minutes. I want to repeat the starting batting orders and lineup for those of you who might be tuning in late. And it is for the service team, Mullen, M-U-L-L-I-N, formerly of Detroit, in center field. McCoy of the Athletics at second base. Don Padgett, who was formerly with the Cardinals and then with Brooklyn, and there's some dispute now as about who he really wound up with, but he's finally with Uncle Sam, is going to be in left field. Uncle Travis, the great Washington infielder, is going to bat in the number 4 spot and will play shortstop. Joe Grace, a very fine outfielder and a mighty good hitter, is going to be in right field. He was with the St. Louis Browns. Sturm, the former Yankee first baseman, is going to be at first. Andrews, who is with Louisville, this lad was a great college athlete, is going to be at third base. The catcher will be Smith, an old-time Pittsburgh catcher who has been catching Bob Feller down at Norfolk. And Bobby Feller is going to do the pitching. Jack is still carrying on with his antics down here, and he's putting on an imaginary argument right now with the umpire as we give you the lineup for the American League. Here it is, the batting order and lineup. At shortstop and leading off will be Lou Bedreau, who, as Wade Hoyt said, was one of the heroes of the big game in the Polo Grounds last night. Henrik, Henrich of the Yankees in right field. Williams of Boston in left field. DiMaggio of New York in center field. York of Detroit at first base. Bobby Doerr of Boston is going to start at second base tonight in place of Gordon. Kenny Keltner of Cleveland will start at third base. Buddy Rosar of New York will be the starting catcher. And Jim Bagby, the famous son of a famous father, is going to do the pitching. Now, we also want to tell you, friends, that there is going to be a 1-minute blackout here tonight. As you know, we experienced a blackout of 15 minutes at the Polo Grounds last night. And tonight, at the end of the first half of the 6th inning, there will be a 1-minute blackout. There'll be a 1-minute pause in the ball game here and a 1-minute blackout at the end of the first half of the 6th. It will be for just 1 minute, and then the ball game will resume. Now remember, that is just a trial blackout at the end of the first half of the 6th inning. Friends, we're going to pause now before this ball game gets underway for a station identification. You're listening to the exclusive presentation of the All-Star Game between the American League and the All-Star Service Team from the big municipal stadium in Cleveland, Ohio. And this is the coast-to-coast network of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Friends, we're back here at Cleveland, and we're listening now to, and we're watching a ceremony of the lowering of the colors. We'll let you hear it. The American flag out there to the left of the scoreboard, which was originally raised out there by the sailors, has just been lowered. That ceremony is over with, and again, this crowd of around 65,000 has stood at attention. The lights are all on here. The umpires who are out down here below us. By the way, our Mutual Broadcasting vantage point here is very splendid. We're in the upper deck. We're just to the left of the home plate. We have a very splendid spot here to look over this field. Here are the umpires coming out onto the field now. And the American League team is stationed to our right, which is back at first base. And the service team is down here to our left. We might tell you, too, that it's a real poke in this ballpark. From home plate to the end of the right field foul line is 320 feet. To right center is 435. To dead center is really a magnificent poke, if anybody could hit it in there, of 470 feet. To left center field is 435. And down the left field line is 320. So both lines are the same. The left field is 320. The right field is 320. Center field is 470. Left center is 435. And right center is even a little bit farther. There's a spot back in there where that center field bleacher has no roof on it that is 463 feet. This is a huge double-deck stadium. It's just a giant place. It's, in fact, it dwarfs you when you sit in here and look at it. It's a complete double-deck circle all the way around, except right across in center field, where there is a bleacher with no stand that goes right across the entire center field section. The umpires are up here around the home plate now, talking to the coaches. I see Artie Fletcher up there, and Mike Cochran is up there for the service team. The soldiers and sailors are getting off the field, and the setting now is just about perfect for this great game here in Cleveland tonight. We've already given you the lineup twice, but it's going to be called around to the people here in the stand. And for the first 3 innings in the ball game tonight, we're going to listen to Jack Graney of station WHK in Cleveland. Jack broadcasts all the ball games here in Cleveland. He's familiar with this stadium, and I know he's going to give you a splendid picture of the first 3 innings of this game. So we're just about a minute and a half to game time, and I know he has some things that he'd like to tell you, so come in, Jack Graney.
Bob, this is the field in which Bob Feller, who is starting for the All-Star Service team tonight, created a record of 18 strikeouts when he pitched against the Detroit Tigers a few years back. It was the first game of a doubleheader on the last day of the season when Bob hogged that fastball through to strike out 18 batters and beat Dizzy Dean's record of 17. Bob had already tied it, but went out and beat that record. The boys are still around home plate there, going over the ground rules, and the fans are still coming in. The soldiers and sailors are now marching off the field, going up into the left field stand, the lower left field stand. They're pointing out towards right field there. Apparently they want to know just what will happen if a spectator reaches out and grabs that ball down the right field line. And they've gotten together on the ground rule. In just a moment, the American League players, the American League is the home team tonight, so they're taking the field. The winners of last night's All-Star game, the American League champions, the home team, so they take the field, and the All-Star service team will be first at bat. The umpires tonight will be Stewart back at the plate. It'll be Galafrant at first base, McGowan at second, and Barlick at third base. Now, after 4.5 innings, Stewart will exchange with Barlick, and Barlick will come back to the plate after 4.5 innings in this All-Star game. Jim Bagby is out on the mound now, warming up, a big, tall right-hander. And, as Wade Hoyt has already told you in opening, that it was Jim's father who in 1920, the only World Series brought to Cleveland, the only pennant and World Series, Jim Bagby, Sr., who now makes his home in Atlanta, Georgia, won 31 games for the Cleveland Indians. I think that Jim Jr. has a little more than his dad. He has more on that fastball, but is very much on the same order. He has a fadeaway, a knuckleball, a fastball, and a curve. And for you fans, naturally we know that a large number of you people listening in wish that you could be present at this great American League All-Star Service game. However, knowing that to be a physical impossibility, the thought occurs to us that you might be interested in aiding this fine cause by sending in the price of a ticket for your seat at the radio. Now, the seats are $1.35 and $1.60. And if you're interested, you may send your contribution to the Cleveland Baseball Company, who in turn will see it is added to the combined Army and Navy relief funds. Bagby is still warming up, while the soldiers and sailors are marching off the field. They had quite an array of them out in center field as they were lowering the colors. And now out in center field, the one group just starting to march off. The infield taking their warm-up practice. It's Rudy York, playing first base. It's Bobby Dorr at second. It's Boudreaux at short. Kenny Keltner playing third base. Williams in left field. Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper, in center. Tommy Hendrick in right field. With Bagby pitching, Rosar catching. The first man up will be Mullen, a left-hand hitter. This boy Mullen played great ball for Detroit when he was with them. And hit .345. So that he's somewhat of a ball player. And Mickey Cochran tonight has a great array of ball players here lined up against the American League champions. It's not going to be any pushover for the American Leaguers to beat the All-Star service team. They're still warming up as the boys are still marching into the stand. Here's the announcement on the umpires. Stewart of the American League back at the plate. Galafrant of the National League at first base. McGowan of the American League at second base. Barlick of the National League at third base. Mullen has a gray uniform on with green socks, white stripes. No number on Mullen's uniform. Last night's ball game, Lou Boudreaux leading off, hitting that home run. The Cleveland fans got a great kick out of seeing, or hearing rather, Lou Boudreaux getting that home run, followed by Rudy York's home run in the first inning after Tommy Hendrick had doubled. It was a great ball game, and everybody enjoyed it. The fact, I think, that the Cleveland boy had something to do with the win has created a lot of interest around in this section. The fans are still coming in. I notice out in the left and right wing upstairs, they're starting to fill up. And I would say there are close to 70 or 75,000 fans in this stand. The record, is 80,000 when the Philadelphia Athletics played the Cleveland Indians here in the first game played in this stadium. Lefty Grove pitched against Mel Harder and defeated Mel Harder 1-0 in a great pitching duel. And it was Mickey Cochran, who was the manager of the All-Star team here tonight, who broke up that ball game with a base hit in the 8th inning. Manager Joe McCarthy has changed his lineup at second base tonight. Also back to the plate. Rosar catching with Bobby Dorr at second. Bobby, you know, is right up there in the batting in the American League. All right, the umpire says we better go ahead. The Soldiers now lined up against the left field stand, marching into the stands. The umpire says we better start. So in just a moment, we'll be ready to go. There's Rosar's throw down to Dorr at second base. Jim Bagby, a right-hander pitching for the American champions. Rosar back to the plate. Jim Bagby gets his signal. Starts his windup. Here's the first pitch of the ball game. Here it comes. And it's a hot shot down toward short. Woodrow takes it on the big hop to throw to first. He's out. Woodrow to York on the first ball pitch. One out. Nobody on. And Denny McCoy of the Philadelphia Athletics, the left-hand hitter up. As a matter of fact, the All-Star team, the first 6 batters are left-handers. Left-hand hitters. McCoy steps into the batter's box. Jim Bagby now is called time. He wants to get together with Rosar on the signal. Rosar is trotting out halfway to the pitcher's mound. They're there talking it over. Jim has plenty of different pitches. You know, he has a very sneak fast one. He doesn't take much of a wind-up, and he blows that fast one through. He has a screwball. He has a knuckleball, and a very good curveball. All right, the boys are together. Rosar comes back to the plate, gets down to give the signal. It's McCoy up with 1 out, nobody on the first half of the first inning. No score. Bagby winds up. Here it is. Ball 1, a curveball low and inside. Count on McCoy, 1-0. Bagby gets his signal. He's winding up. Here it is. Ball 2, a fastball low and inside on the count is now 2-0. McCoy is a short, heavy-set fellow. Takes a very good cut at the ball, has plenty of power. Here's the windup. Here it is. Ball 3, low and inside. A fastball just missed the inside corner, and the count is now 3-0. Here's the windup. Here it comes. Ball 4, low and inside. And McCoy trots down to first base.
Number 8, Don Paget of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Don Paget of the St. Louis Cardinals. A big fellow, and I noticed him in batting practice. He takes a terrific cut at that ball. He's a left-hand hitter, steps into the batter's box. It's McCoy on first base. 1 out. Bagby takes his stretch. Here it comes. Ball 1, a fastball just missed the outside corner. Stewart back in the plate, you know, calling balls and strikes. Bagby gets his signal, comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. Foul back to the screen. This boy Paget had a nice cut at that fast one. Rosar gets a new ball from umpire Stewart, rubs it up, walks partway out to the pitcher's mound and tosses it to Bagby. The count is now 1-1 on Paget. First half, the first inning, no score. McCoy is on first, having walked. Bagby gets his signal, takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Foul back to the screen, and Paget almost fell down as he swung and fouled that one off. And the count is now 2 strikes, 1 ball. Both fast balls through there. Bagby looks out at the scoreboard to see what the count is. It's 2 strikes, 1 ball. Rosar down, giving the signal. Bagby takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Ball 2. That fast one just missed the outside corner. Count is even, 2-2. Bagby goes back to the rosin bag, steps down the rubber, takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. And it's a high fly ball in short left field, just inside the line. And there goes, it drops inside the line, and there goes McCoy to second base. He rounded second base, the ball dropped among Keltner, Boudreaux, and Williams. A high popper just inside the left field line in short left field as Boudreaux, Keltner, and Williams raced after that ball. McCoy had rounded second base. The ball bounded up to Boudreaux, and he raced back to second. A single for Paget. That brings up Cecil Travis, the shortstop, a left-hand hitter. McCoy on second base. Paget on first. One man out, first half of the first inning, no score. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Ball one, little outside. Down on Travis, 1-0. Those service boys are making a bid for a score in this inning. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Ball two, low and inside on the count is now 2-0. Rosar walks out in front of the plate, snaps the ball back to Bagby. Bagby now gets his signal, takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Ball three, a little outside, a fastball just missed the outside corner of the count, 3-0. Great fade out here tonight, fans. Stand almost filled. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Ball. Just a moment. It's a ball. There's a warm-up pitcher down in right field. On that pitch, which was inside, Travis stood there for a moment. It's ball four and the bases are filled. That brings up Grace. Right fielder. Left-hand hitter, 3 on, 1 out. Here's the windup. Ball one, a curveball low. Down on Grace, 1-0. Here's the picture, fans. It's McCoy on third base, Paget on second. Travis on first with 1 out. Grace up, left-hand hitter, the infielder's back. Bagby winds up. Here it is. Ball two, a little outside, a fastball on the count on Grace is now 2-0. Charlie Red Ruffing starting to warm up down in the American League bullpen. Grace steps back into the batter's box. Bagby gets his signal. He's winding up. Here it is. Ball three, outside, a fastball. And the count 3-0 with 3 on and 1 out. First half, the first inning, no score. Bagby winds up. Here it is. Strike call. Fastball right down the alley. Out cheers, and Bagby got that one over. 3-1 is the count. Bagby starts his windup. Here it comes. Strike two call. Another fastball knee high through the center. Count is now 3-2. McCoy on third. Paget on second. Travis on first. 1 out. Bagby winding up. Here it comes. Strike two. Inside corner, knee high. Grace called out on strikes, and that's nice pitching by Jim Bagby after a count of 3-0. Johnny Sturm of the New York Yankees, the left-hand hitter up. Johnny, had the misfortune of having a finger amputated here a short time ago. Bagby winds up. Here it is. Foul, bounding back to the stand. Johnny Sturm, who played first base for the Yankees before entering the service, the left-hand hitter up. One of the first ball pitch fouled it off. Now Rosar gets a new ball, walks partway out to the pitcher's mound, says something to Jim Bagby, tosses him the ball and drops back to his position back of the plate. It's the first half, the first inning, and there's no score. Danny McCoy is on third base, Paget on second, and Travis on first, 2 out. Bagby gets his signal, winds up. Here it is. Comes the ground ball, bounding down the third base line. Tucker comes up with the ball to throw to first. He's out. Tucker is New York on a high bounder down the third base line. He's carrying the side. And that inning No runs. One hit. And 2 bases on balls. 3 men left on bases. Coming up to bat, getting a great hand. Boudreau will be facing Bob Feller, you know. Bob Feller on the mound, pitching. You know, Bob Feller has always been referred to as a speedball pitcher, and on account of his terrific speed, they have overlooked that great curveball that Bob has. He has a real curveball, one of those that seem to explode. Not so long ago that he was pitching for Cleveland. I saw him with a count of 3 and 2 on a batter, break that curveball on the right-hand hitter, and the right-hand hitter was hauled out sitting on the ground. That's just the way that curveball exploded. For the All-Star team, it's Sturm playing first base, McCoy playing second, Travis at short, Andy at third base, it's Paget in left field, Mullen in center, and Grace in right field. All right, there's the last warm-up pitch. Boudreau steps into the batter's box. Pitch, you know, caught for Pittsburgh. Lou Boudreau, right-hand hitter, steps into the batter's box. He's leading off. For the all-service team, last the first inning, no score. Feller winds up. Here it comes. Ball 1. That fast one outside. Down on Boudreau, 1-0. Bob gets his signal. Bob has the habit of leaning over, looking for that signal. He's winding up. Here it is. And it's a high fly ball going out of short right center field. And here comes the center fielder, Mullen, in and takes it in short center field. A high fly ball from Boudreau's bat, taken by Mullen in center field. 1 out. Nobody on. Tommy Hendrick is up. Tommy Hendrick, last night, his first time up by fast base running. Double. Here's the windup. Here it comes. Ball 1. A curveball broke low and inside. The count on Tommy Hendrick, 1-0. Tommy's a left-hand hitter, you know, and has great wrist action up there. Bob Feller, a right-hander on the mound, gets his signal. He's winding up. Here it is. Strike call. Looks like a half-speed curveball that dropped over there. Count on Tommy Hendrick is even, 1-1. Bob takes plenty of time rubbing up that new ball, gets his signal, starts his windup. Here it is. Strike 2, swinging that curveball, broke in around the feet. And Tommy Hendrick started to swing, tried to hold back, but went around. The count is now 2 strikes and 1 ball. Steps down, giving the signal. Bob Feller starts his windup. Here it is. And it's a hot bounder back to the box. It hits Feller on the foot. And the throw is made to first base from short. But Tommy Hendrick gets credit for a single. Travis going over fast. That ball hit Bob Feller on the toe as it went by over second base. Travis coming over fast. Grabbed the ball, tossed the first, but Hendrick beat it out for a single. Tommy Hendrick on first base, 1 man out. Ted Williams, the left fielder, is up. A left-hand hitter. Feller takes his stretch. And steps back off the rubber. All right, he's back on now. Comes up the pitching position. Here's the pitch. Ball 1, it's low. Fastball low on a count on Ted Williams, 1-0. The last half, the first inning and all. No score. Tommy Hendrick, just single, is on first base. 1 out, Williams up. Count 1 ball and no strike. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Strike call. That curveball snapped over the center. Down on Ted Williams is even, 1-1. gets his signal. Okays it. Takes the stretch. Here's the pitch. Whoa, two. That's a little inside. Down on Ted Williams is now 2 balls, 1 strike. Ted keeps talking to Smith, catcher, back in the plate there. All right, Bob Feller is ready, comes up to pitching position. Snaps the ball over to first base to Sturm. Hendrick is back. Sturm tosses back to Feller. Feller back on the rubber. Takes the stretch. Here's the pitch. Strike 2, call. Another curveball at snapped over the outside corner. And the count on Williams is now even 2-2. Bob's out, goes back to the rosin bag. He's looking around his outfield. Steps down the rubber. 1 out, you know. Hendrick down first base. Williams up. Left-hand hitter to count 2-2. Smith down giving the signal. Feller takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Whoa! 3, a curveball low. Count is now 3-2. And 2 is the count. Feller steps down the mound, comes up to pitching position, steps back off the rubber, back on again, takes his stretch, snaps the ball over Sturm at first base, but Hendrick is back. Sturm tosses back to Feller. Feller again back on the rubber, comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. There goes Hendrick. Got it set foul. Off to the left of the plate into the upper stand. Tommy Hendrick will have to count 3-2 is off for second base. Williams swinging late at that curveball, fouled it off. Count remains the same, 3-2. Last half, the first inning and all. No score. All-Star service game here at the stadium in Cleveland. Feller comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. There goes Hendrick. Ball fourth, high, fast ball. Williams walks. Hendrick goes to second. Joe DiMaggio, the center fielder, coming out. A grand ball player and a great fellow. Hendrick is on second base. Williams on first. 1 out. Joe DiMaggio, right-hand hitter, the center fielder up. Jimmy Smith down, giving the signal. Sturm is playing off first base, back of Williams. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Strike, swinging. First ball broke outside. DiMaggio swung hard and missed. He steps out of the batter's box, picks up a little dirt, rubs it on the bat. Feller back on the rubber. Comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. That's a ground ball back to the box, going out over second base. Goes for the ball, it rolls out into center field. And here comes Hendrick around third base and scores. Williams sliding into third. A single for Joe DiMaggio right through the box over second base. McCoy racing over to his right. Goes for the ball. He touched it, but it rolled out in short center field. Hendrick scoring. Williams sliding into third. And the score is now American League 1 and the All-Star Service Team nothing. That brings up Rudy York. Rudy York, a right-hand hitter, up. Williams on third. Joe DiMaggio on first and 1 out. The infield is playing back. Bob Feller takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Got it drive going out to deep right field. There goes Grace away back to the track under it and takes it, almost dropped it. And DiMaggio all the way over to second base and starting back to first as Williams tracks in, kept on the plate of the score. It is now American League All-Stars 2 and the All-Service team nothing. York drove deep, a brace almost to the track in right center field. It brings up Bobby Dorr, the second baseman, right-hand hitter. 2 men out. Joe DiMaggio on first base. Feller takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Ball 1. Curve ball low and outside. Feller gets his signal, comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. That's a high foul ball to the left of the plate. Smith has his mask off, but here comes Anders under it and takes it to third base and takes it down the third baseline, a foul retiring the side. Now we pause for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Well, here we are back at the stadium in Cleveland for the All-Star Service team playing the championship American League team. Going into the first half of the second inning, the American League team leading 2-0. In that last inning, 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 base on balls, and 1 man left. Andrews, the third baseman who caught that last foul ball, a right-hand hitter, is the first man up. He's the first man up to face Jim Bagby, who was on the mound. Rosar back to the plate. Bagby winds up. Here it comes. Ball 1, inside a fastball. Andrews, number 19 on his back of his shirt. Bagby winding up. Here's the pitch. Strike called. A fastball at the outside corner. The count is even, 1-1. First half of the second inning. Here's the windup. Here it is. And it's a blind drive foul down the left field line. Into the stand. A slow curve, and Andrews made a fast one out of it. A line drive foul. The count is now 2 strikes, 1 ball. Bagby back on the rubber, winding up. Here it comes. And it's a hot shot down the field first. Going out to right field. Tommy Henry comes up with the ball and tosses it in to Boudreau at second. Andrews slapped a hot shot down between York and Dorr out to right field for a single. Rosar trots out to have a word with Jim Bagby. That brings up Smith, the catcher. Right-hand hitter. Andrews on first base. Nobody out. Bagby takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Foul off to the right of the plate. Here comes Rosar racing over near the boxes, but it's dropped in front of the Indian dugout and bounds into the stand. And the count on Smith, 1 strike. Andrews on first base. Boudreau now comes in to have a word with Jim Bagby. First half of the second inning and all, the American Leaguers leading 2-0. All right, we're back in position. Bagby gets his signal, takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Foul back into the upper stand to the right of the plate. Down on Smith, 2 strikes. The new ball is tossed out to Jim Bagby. Bagby standing on the mound looking for that signal. Comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. Ball 1. Almost a wild pitch. A curve ball away outside. Count is now 2 strikes, 1 ball. Smith down, giving the signal, or Rosar rather. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Strike 3 call. A curve ball at the outside corner. Smith. Called out on strike.
22, Bob Feller of the Cleveland.
And here comes Bob Feller. Up to bat, getting a big hand. Bob stops on his way up in the batting circle, picks up the rosin bag, lifts a little on his hands, and walks up to the plate. He's a right-hand hitter. Andrews on first base. 1 out. Jim Bagby on the mound, takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Strike. Swinging. Fastball to the center. Feller swung and missed the count. 1 strike. Bagby comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. Strike 2 called. Fastball up the outside corner. And the count on Bob Feller is now 2-0. Bagby gets his signal, takes the stretch. Here it comes. Ball 1. Curveball broke outside. Count on Feller is now 2 strikes and 1 ball. Andrews, who led off with a single, is on first. You know he's not taking much of a lead. Bagby on the mound, comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. Ball 2, a little outside, and the count is now even. 2-2 on Feller. Bob has that bat back in position to swing. Bagby takes his stretch. Here it comes. And it's a high popper right in front of the plate. Going down the third baseline. Here comes Keltner under and takes it. Feller popped high to Keltner just to the left of the plate down the third baseline. 2 men out. Nobody on. Or rather, Andrews on first base. And Mullen is up for his second trip to leadoff man. He's a left-hand hitter the first time up. At the first ball pitched down to short was out Boudreau to York. Steps into the batter's box. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Ball 1, little outside, the old screwball. Count on Mullen, 1 ball, no strike. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Foul coming right back over our mutual mic here, right back of us. And the count on Mullen is now even 1-1. You have to watch those foul balls when they come back. You have to hit a railing or the concrete up here and rebound. 2 balls tossed up. Jim Bagby now he's standing on the rubber. Mullen up, left-hand hitter. The count 1-1 with 2 outs. Andrews on first. Bagby gets his signal, takes the stretch. Here it comes. Strike 2 call. The fastball at the inside corner, knee high. Mullen steps out of the batter's box. Back in now. Bagby comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. Ball 2. The old screwball away outside. Count is even, 2-2. On Mullen, the center fielder, left-hand hitter with 2 outs. Runner on first. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. And it's a line drive. Center fielder looks like a base hit. Williams going out fast, and he pulls it down. A line drive to left center field taken by Williams. But boy, Williams covers a lot of ground out there. He doesn't look as if he's covering much, but he lopes after that ball. He pulled that line drive down from Mullen's bat. Retiring the side. And in that inning, no runs, 1 hit. Now we go to the last half of the second inning. And the leadoff man will be Kenny Keltner, third baseman. The all-championship American League team. This will be All-Star game last night in New York. Kenny Keltner, down the east, pulled off a great play last night in New York. Great stuff, a hot pass down the third baseline. He's a great third baseman. Makes a specialty of coming in on those slow hit balls, pick them up with one hand, and pouring them down to first base. The right-hand hitter has great contact up the plate. In other words, then he stands up to the plate. That's almost motionless. And on the ball inside, he flips that thing around. He's leading off. Going into the last half of the second inning with the American League team leading 2-0, having gotten 2 runs in the first inning. Bob Feller, a right-hander on the mound, winds up. Here he comes. And it's a line drive going off the deep center field. There goes Mullen away back. It's over his head, rolling off to the track. Cutler is rounding first base. He's rounding second. The throw is made in to short left center field, and Cutler comes up at third base, standing up. A line drive over Mullen's head to left center field of the track. Cutler raced around first, second, and pulled up at third, standing up for a triple. The ball was well back.
The New York Yankees.
Buddy Rosar, catcher of the New York Yankees. Right-hand hitter steps into the batter's box. Jumps around third base, nobody out. Infield is about halfway in. Feller winds up. Here it comes. Strike call. The first ball pitched the third ball snapped over the center. There's a little activity now down in the All-Star Service team bullpen in left field. Rigney starting to warm up. A right-hander. Feller gets his signal, winding up. Here it is. Ball one. The sweeping curveball outside. Count on Buddy Rosar. Right-hand hitter is even 1-1. Kelson around third and nobody out. Smith down giving the signal. Bob Feller winds up. Here's the pitch. Ball 2, a fastball outside. Rosar started but held back on that one. Count is now 2 balls, 1 strike. Keltner taking a short lead off third base. Nobody out, you know. Feller starts his windup. Here's the pitch. And it's a hot shot down between short and third, going out to left field. It's a base hit. A single, and Keltner cut in from third. Padgett tosses the ball into second base. A single for Rosar, a hot shot down between. And that's all. Time is called. Looks like Rigney coming in to replace Bob Feller on the mound. It's Rigney coming in. The score, you know, is now American League champions 3, U.S. Service team nothing. Bob Feller getting a big hand as he walks to the bench. Well, Rigney now is out. Start his warm-up pitches. And while Bob Feller was on the mound in the first inning, Tommy Hendricks singled. And Joe DiMaggio singled, making 2 hits in the first inning. Keltner, in this inning, started off with a line drive triple to the track over Mullen's head of left center field. Rosar single between short and third out to left field, driving in Keltner to put the American League team in the lead 3-0. So that they have made, Bob Feller gave up 4 hits, 3 singles and a triple. And we're changing catchers, too. Frankie Pitlack is coming in to replace Smith. Back at the plate for the All-Service team.
Number 18, Frankie Pitlack.
And Frankie Pitlack is getting a big hand. So the battery now for the All-Star team, All-Star Service team. Rigney pitching, Pitlack catching. It's Rosar on first base, you know. Nobody out. Jim Bagby, right-hand hitter up. Rigney takes his stretch. Here it comes. Foul, and attempting the bunny foul. That one back to the stand. The count on Bagby, 1 strike. Frankie Pitlack tossed the new ball out to Rigney. Rosar on first, you know, with nobody out. Last half of the second. American League leading 3-0. Rigney gets his signal, takes his stretch. Here it comes. Ball 1, low and outside. Out on Bagby is now even 1-1. Rigney steps down the rubber, comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch, and it's fouled in attempting the bunt. Bagby fouled that one off. It dropped dead at the plate. Pitlack picked it up, tossed it. Andrews down the third baseline. He tossed it to Rigney. Count is now 2 strikes and 1 ball on Bagby. All right, we're back in position. Rigney takes his stretch. Here it comes. And it's strike 3 and attempting to butt. The throw is made down to Sturm at first base, and Rosar is out. On the throw, Pitlack to Sturm. Going over that play again, Bagby up with a count 2 strikes and 1 ball, and the next pitch he attempted to bunt, he missed. And Frankie Pitlack slipped that ball down to Sturm, who tagged Rosar sliding back to first. 2 men out. Nobody on. Lou Boudreau is up. Boudreau, the first time up, slide high to Mullen in short center field. Boudreau, right-hand hitter up. Rigney winds up. Here it comes. Strike call. That's fast one. And Johnny seems awfully fast out there. Right down the center. Rigney gets his signal. He's winding up. Here it is. And it's a slow bound in front of the plate. Foul. Gets the plate and bounded out. Foul. Pitlack picks it up. Tossed it to Sturm down to first base. He tossed into Rigney. The count is now 2 strikes on Lou Boudreau. Boudreau up for the second trip with 2 outs, nobody on. Rigney gets his signal. He's winding up. Here it is. Foul back to the press box. Count remains the same on Boudreau. He swung late at that fastball. Just got a piece of it. Rigney gets his signal, starts his windup. Here it is. Ball 1 over the head, and Boudreau went to the ground. Rigney's working fast out there. The tall, slim boy has plenty on that fastball tonight. Little Frankie Pitlack down giving the signal. 2 out, nobody on, you know. Last half the second, the American League team leading 3-0. Here's the windup. Here it comes. Ball 2, a curveball outside. Count is even on Boudreau, 2-2. Rigney winds up. Here it is. Ball 3, a fastball over but high. 3-2 is the count. Rigney winds up. Here's the pitch. And it's a fly ball going out to short center field. And here comes Tomajuan and takes it. Or rather, Grace in and takes it. Or rather, Mullen. Pardon me, Mullen takes it in short center field. And that retires the side. Boudreau flying to Mullen in short center. And in that inning, 1 run on 2 hits. Art Fletcher now trots up to umpire Stewart there at the plate. Don't know whether they're going to make a change here or not. Bill Bagby on the mound pitching for the American League team with Rosar back to the plate.
Your attention, please. Number 10, Rizzuto, playing shortstop.
Rizzuto playing short instead of Boudreau for the American League team. Little Rizzuto, short, heavy-set boy that races around and bounds around and fields that ball. The first man up is McCoy, the second baseman. Jim Bagby on the mound, winds up. Here it comes. Ball 1, a little outside a fastball. McCoy up for his second trip. First time up walk. Here's the windup. That's a high foul over our heads here. Coming right down. Wade Hoyt tried to catch that one a little out of his reach. I don't know whether to charge him with an error or not on that one. But the count is 1-1 on McCoy leading off. First half the third inning. Bagby gets his signal, winds up. Here it comes. Strike 2, call a curveball at the inside corner. It's the first half the third inning, you know. American League team leading 3-0. Making 2 runs in the first inning, 1 in the second. Bagby winding up. Here's the pitch. That's a high fly ball going out to right center field. Joe DiMaggio is trotting over to his left center and takes it for the first out. McCoy flied high and deep to Joe DiMaggio in right center field. One out. Nobody on. And Paget, the left fielder, is up. Left-hand hitter, the first time up, single. He steps into the batter's box. Bagby winding up. Here it comes. Ball one. The curve ball over but low. Rosar down the signal. Bagby winds up. Here's the pitch. Foul. Back to the screen. The old screwball up there. Paget out ahead with his swing. Fouled it off. The count is even 1-1. Rosar gets a new ball from umpire Stewart. Walks out in front of the plate. Tosses it to Jim Bagby. All right, we're back in position now. Bagby starts his windup. Here it comes. Ball two. Outside on the count. On Paget is now 2 balls and 1 strike. Bagby winding up. Here's the pitch. Foul. Back over our heads here into the upper stand. Count is now even 2-2. Paget steps out of the batter's box. Back in now. There's 1 out and nobody on, you know. First half the third. American League team leading 3-0. Bagby winds up. Here it is. Ball 3. The old screwball just missed the outside corner. Jim, you know, mixes them up very well, Jim Bagby. That screwball of the left-handers. He's back on the rubber. The count's 3-2. He's winding up. Here's the pitch. Foul. Back to the screen. And umpire Stewart tosses that new ball out to Bagby. Paget out of the batter's box now, taking his time. Steps back in. Rosar down, giving a signal. Bagby starts his windup. Here's the pitch. That's a high fly ball going out to center field. DiMaggio is moving in under it and takes it for the second out. 2 men out. Nobody on. And Cecil Travis coming up. Travis, the first time up, walked. 2 putouts for Joe DiMaggio in this inning. Travis, the left-hand hitter, steps into the batter's box. First half the third inning. 2 outs. Nobody on. American League leading 3-0. Here's the pitch. Ball 1 outside. The old knuckleball missed the outside corner. Bagby gets his signal, starts his windup. Here's the pitch. Gets a line drive down the left field line. It's a base hit rolling out to the wall. It bounds off the wall. There goes Travis around first base. Williams comes up with the ball and shoots it in to Rizzuto in short left field. He tossed it in to Keltner. A double for Travis. A line drive just inside the left field line out to the stands. Well, that brings up Grace, the right fielder. The first time up, struck out. He's a left-hand hitter. 2 out. Travis on second. Bagby steps on the rubber, takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. That's a ground ball back to the box. Bagby leaps up, clears it with one hand. The toss to first. He's out. Bagby to York on a high bouncer to the pitcher's mound. Now we go to the last half of the third inning. And before the third inning starts, we might pause for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Well, here we are back at the stadium in Cleveland, where the All-Star Service team is playing the champions of the American League. It is the champion American League team. And we're going into the last half of the third inning with the American Leaguers leading 3-0. And it's Tommy Hendricks leading off. Rigney on the mound. Right-hander winds up. Here it comes. And it's a foul. A drive down the left field line into the stand. Down on Tommy Hendrick. One strike. Tommy Hendrick, his first time up. Bob Feller on the mound. Flashed a single through the box. He's up for his second trip. Count one strike. Rigney, a right-hander on the mound. Pitlack back of the plate. Rigney winds up. Here it comes. Ball one. Little outside a fastball. Count is even on Tommy Hendrick. Rigney gets his signal, winds up. Here it is. Ball two. Little outside, and the count is now 2 balls, 1 strike. Last half the third inning with the American Leaguers leading 3-0. Rigney winds up. Here it comes. Ball 3. A fastball just missed the outside corner. 3-1 is the count. American Leaguers making 2 runs in the first inning, 1 in the second. Rigney winds up. Here it is. Ball 4. Low and inside. Hendrick walks. It brings up Ed Williams, the left fielder. His first time up, walked. He's a left-hand hitter. He steps into the batter's box. Hendrick on first base, nobody out. Rigney takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Ball low. A curve ball on the count on Williams, 1-0. Ted keeps talking to the catcher when he's up there. He throws the ball back to the pitcher. Rigney takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Ball 2, it's high. And the count is now 2-0. Now Rigney walks partway in to have a talk with Frankie Pitlack. Frankie tosses him the ball and starts back to his position back of the plate. All right, we're back in position now. Williams up, left-hand hitter. Hendrick on first, nobody out. Rigney takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Ball 3, it's low. And the count is now 3-0. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Ball 4, high and outside. Williams also walks, and Tommy Hendrick goes to second. Well, that's 2 bases on balls, and we have runners on first and second, nobody out. Last half the third inning. The American Leaguers leading by a score of 3-0. And Joe DiMaggio comes up. Joe, the first time up, slapped the single over second base. The right-hand hitter steps into the batter's box. Rigney comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. Ball 1, low. Fastball on the count on DiMaggio, 1-0. Pitlack down, giving that signal. Rigney takes his stretch. Here it is. Ball 2, it's inside. Rigney's a little disgusted that he can't get that ball over the plate. Frankie Pitlack rubs the ball up well and tosses it back to Rigney. Joe DiMaggio up, right-hand hitter, the count 2 balls, no strikes. Hendrick on second, Williams on first, nobody out. Here's the stretch, here it comes. And it's a high foul ball down the third baseline. Andrews coming over under it, waiting for it, and takes it back of third base. A high foul from DiMaggio's bat. One out. And Rudy York is up. York, the first time up, drove deep to Grace, almost on the track in right center field. He's up for his second trip. Steps into the batter's box. Rigney takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. That's the ground ball going down towards deep short. Travis comes up with the ball, throws to second. He's out of second to throw to first, but York beats it out, breaking up that double play. And Hendrick moves to third. York hit a ground ball down to deep short. Travis made a beautiful stop on that ball, and deep short was sliding when he tossed the ball to McCoy, forcing Williams at second, but the throw to first was too late to double York. Hendrick going to third. So it's 2 men out, and Bobby Dorr up. Last half of the third inning. Hendrick on third base, York on first, and 2 out. Rigney, a right-hander, takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Ball one, a curveball over but low. Count on Bobby Dorr, 1-0. Pitlag down, giving the signal. Rigney takes his stretch. Here it comes. Strike swinging. A curveball low and outside. Dorr swung and missed. The count is even, 1-1. American Leaguers leading 3-0. Last of the third inning. Hendrick on third. Williams on first. York on first. Here's the pitch, but it's a high foul coming back into the upper stand. It hits the top of the stand and bounds down into the lower boxes. Very seldom that a foul ball hits up that high. That hit right by the lights and bounded down into the boxes, and the count on Bobby Dorr is now 2 strikes and 1 ball. Rigney standing out on the rubber looking for that signal. Comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. And it's a fly ball going out the left field line. And here comes a left fielder and makes the catch. In left field, Paget coming over fast to make that catch in left field, retiring the side. And now we go into the first half of the fourth inning. The American League team leading 3-0. The Americans making 2 runs in the first inning and 1 in the second. And now we turn you over to a fellow who was a great pitcher for the New York Yankees a few years ago, and is now the baseball broadcaster in Cincinnati of station WKRC, Wade Hoyt.
Thank you, Jack. And we're going into the top half of the fourth inning.
Pitching for the All-Stars.
And Sid Hudson of the Washington Senators is coming in to pitch for the All-Stars. Sid is a fastball pitcher, a right-hander, and a youngster. He has great possibilities in this league of becoming one of the great stars. He'll be out there on the mound, big, tall, right-handed, very solid, very compact, very strong. Fastball pitcher, pitched in an All-Star game a couple of years ago. And the first batter up for the Army-Navy will be Johnny Sturm, a left-handed hitter, formerly of the New York Yankees, and a boy who, in his first few weeks in Army training, got in conflict with a tractor and had the index finger of his right hand cut off near the top, not the entire finger, however. Told me this morning that it was a little bit tender. It doesn't happen to be on its throwing hand, however. It's on his receiving hand, and he must tape the end of that finger up now. He's a left-handed thrower, of course. Rosar whips the ball down to second base. Dorr over to Rizzuto over to Keltner, and back to the pitcher, Sid Hudson, and we're ready to go in the first half of the fourth inning. Johnny Sturm stepping up there, hitting left-handed, wearing a brown cap, a dark gray uniform with brown numerals on it, 22 on his back. Hudson ready for the first pitch. It's inside for ball 1. Rosar takes his glove off and rubs the ball up, throws it back to Hudson. Hudson digging a little hole on the mound. Braces himself with his right foot forward, his left foot back. Studies Rosar as he crouches down. Watches his catcher as he gives a sign. Rosar holding that target behind the home plate as Hudson winds around his head. The body pivots, the throw, and the ball is swung on and missed for strike 1. 1-1. Johnny Sturm backs out of the batter's box, and the American League All-Stars are playing him very normally. DiMaggio straight in center field, Williams in direct left field, and Tommy Henrich direct in right field. They're not playing him so deep either. Hudson around his head, the body pivot, the step and the throw, and the ball is low, a curve ball which misses for ball 2. 2-1. Hudson has those little nervous gestures on the mound, digs a little hole every time, smooths the dirt back to cover up. To gain his purchase, he digs in with the spikes, he winds once around his head, he pivots, throws, and Sturm takes outside for ball 3, and the count goes to 3-1. And the crowd senses a little bit of drama right here. I know that they're all pulling for this service team to get started. They had their big chance in the first inning with 3 on base and 1 out when Joe Grace took the third strike. I know that all the fans here and all the fans around the country were sort of pulling for this service team to get started. Hudson now around his head with 3-1. The pitch is inside for ball 4. And Johnny Stern jogs down to first base, rounds the bag, and there's old Sergeant Hank Gowdy coaching down at first, and big Lieutenant George Earnshaw, formerly of the Philadelphia Athletics, coaching at third. So Sid Hudson has walked the first man to bases, Johnny Stern. That brings up Ernie Andre of Louisville, who had a single in his first time at bat, batting right-handed, holds the bat well back, and leans back as a curveball snaps over the plate for strike 1. And the ball is shot back from Rosar to Hudson. Hudson on the mound appears a little bit self-conscious, pitching in this very important game. And he comes to his box stance, hands across his chest, watches his runner, delivers to the plate, and the ball is swung on, hit down to Rizzuto at shortstop. Really quickly, throw it over to Dorr, and Dorr over to Rudy York, and there's a double play. Ernie Andre hit the ball down to the shortstop, and Rizzuto, with one fell swoop in one motion, picked the ball up, relayed it to Bobby Dorr. Dorr pivoted and threw to Rudy York for a double play. Frankie Pitlock, who received a nice hand, used to catch here in Cleveland, also for the Boston Red Sox, is up there batting right-handed. Hudson around his head once. He steps far, delivers, and Pitlock swings very late on a ball that was already by him for strike 1. Ball is back in his hand, and he dangles it. He dangles his arm down by his side. Hudson winds once, very loose wrist. Throws. The curved ball bounces in the dirt, and Rosar catches it with his glove hand, just backhands it to stop it from going back to the screen for ball 1, 1-1. Hudson takes a hitch at his belt, just pulls up his trousers a bit, leans forward to take the sign. Now he's around his head. In he comes, and the ball breaks low. A curved ball for ball 2, 2-1. The ball is lobbed back from Rosar to Hudson. Bobby Dorr out at second base has his glove off. Rizzuto has his glove off as they wipe their hands on their trousers. Now they're down on their knees, watching Hudson wind up. With the count 2 balls, 1 strike, he steps and throws, and it's fouled right up by our broadcasting booth. And a young lady over here to the left of us puts out her hands in an attempt to catch it. The crowd sort of gives her a cheer as she reaches out for the ball. And the count goes to 2-2. 2 strikes and 2 balls. Hudson with a new ball rubs it up, touches the rosin bag, grinds it between his bare hands to take the gloss off it. And he comes back in the pitching rubber, drops his left foot back. The wind-up, the step, and the throw, and it's outside. A curved ball misses outside for ball 3, and the count is run to 3-2. One of the American League All-Stars is dashing down in the bullpen. Hudson leans forward as he starts his wind-up. He cuts a fastball loose, and it's hit slowly on the ground to the third baseman, and Ken Kelton comes up with the ball, throws on the hand over to first base, and Rudy York takes it with his gloved hand, a one-hand catch for the third out. And so for the Army-Navy, in the first half of the 4th inning, there were no runs, no hits, and no one left on base. And in 4 turns at bat, the Army-Navy have had no runs, 3 hits, and 5 men left on base, and there has not been an error made by either team so far in this ball game. And you know, fans, naturally, we know that a large number of you people listening wish you could be present at this great American All-Star Service team game. However, knowing that to be a physical impossibility, the thought occurs to us that you might be interested in siding in with this fine cause by sending in the price of a ticket for your seat at the radio. Now, these seats are $1.25 and $1.60. And if you are interested, you may send your contribution to the Cleveland Baseball Company, who in turn will see that it is added to the combined Army and Navy relief funds. And believe me, it's a great cause. And you'll never miss that little pittance that you send in to these boys. We're going into the last half of the 4th inning, and the first man to bat for the American League All-Stars will be Kenny Keltner, facing that sterling right-hander Johnny Rigney, formerly of the Chicago White Sox. Rigney's a big, tall, lean right-hander and a very good change-of-pace pitcher. The first ball is pitched right over the outside corner for strike 1, right into the glove of Frankie Pitlock. Pitlock holds that target, Rigney around his head, and the ball is hit very hard into left field. And there comes Don Padgett into foul territory across the left field foul line, way out by the bleachers to take it for the first out. Don Padgett of the all-service team made a very nice catch, coming way across from left field, across the left field foul line to make that putout. One up, one away for the American League All-Stars. Now we have Buddy Rozar, who singled in the second inning, to drive in Kenny Keltner, stepping in there, the Yankee catcher, and he would be a first-string catcher on any other team. The first pitch by Rigney is fouled off over by the All-Star bench, and Johnny Sturm goes across the foul line over past the coach's box to take it for the second out. And that yell you hear is a ball that was thrown from Sturm down the shortstop, and it got by him, and the umpire on third base, Al Barlick, picked the ball up and made a great stop, and the fans are giving the umpire a cheer. Well, there are 2 outs in the last half of the fourth inning. I believe we're going to have a pinch hitter. We'll see who this is in just a moment. No, this is Sid Hudson coming up to bat himself. Sid Hudson of the Washington Senators. And he takes a terrific swing at the first fastball thrown by Rigney and sliced it right over toward the All-Star bench. That is the American League All-Star bench, and bounced off the boxes. Carried back by Phil Rizzuto, who was coming up next, and Phil picked it up and threw it back to the ball boy. A new ball is out there in Rigney's hands. He takes a long wind-up to step and the throw, and Hudson hits it down on the ground to Rizzuto, to the shortstop, and Travis throws him out easily at first base, and there are the 3 outs. Rigney pitched a very easy inning that time, and there were no runs, no hits, no one left on base for the American League All-Stars the last half of the fourth inning. We go into the first half of the fifth, and the first man up will be the pitcher, supposedly, Rigney. However, we can't tell in this ball game because there may be pinch hitters at any time. This has been a very good ball game so far, and I could see when Bobby Feller was pitching in the first inning, in the second inning, he
playing right field. Number 2, Spence, playing right field.
And Stan Spence of the Washington Senators, a very fine-looking prospect for the American League, also of the Washington Senators, is playing right field for the American Leaguers. As we were saying, Bobby Feller in the early innings, in the first and second innings, came home. He came to Cleveland, and he seemed as though he was just a bit self-conscious, appearing before his hometown fans once again. He was trying so hard to please and so hard to make good here this evening. He just reared back and let everything go with every bit of ounce of strength in his body. And he just didn't get away with it. However, you can see that Bobby hasn't been pitching regularly. He's been pitching once or twice, well, we'll say about every 2 weeks. And, of course, that is not enough to face such a team as these American League stars present this evening. However, Hudson on the mound as Rigney's at bat. The first man up. Hudson delivers a fastball high across his eyes, and Rigney swings and misses for strike 1. The ball is shot right back. Rose out of Hudson. Hudson drops that left foot back. He braces himself, digs in the spikes. He winds, comes side on with a fastball, and it misses about 6 inches outside for ball 1. 1-1. Old Johnny Rigney, one of the best change of pace pitchers in the big league. Hitting. Sid Hudson, the youngster, pitching. A fastball high across his letters, and Rigney swings and misses for strike 2. And Hudson really popped that ball right through there. Rigney swung late, didn't really have a chance to hit that one. Hudson taking his sign as Rozar sits down behind the bat and holds that glove over the outside corner. Hudson pitches for the target, and the ball is fouled off back into the right field section of the grandstand for the same count, 2 strikes and 1 ball. A new ball is thrown out, and Hudson rubs it up in his bare hands. He digs a little hole on the mound. He stands there watching his catcher, Buddy Rozar, who sits down, crouches low, holds that glove on the outside corner. Hudson winds, throws, and the curve is hit on a bound down to Phil Rizzuto, who makes a hurried throw over to first base, and Rudy York picks it out of the dirt with one hand and makes the put-off for the first out, the first half of the fifth inning. Brings up Patty Mullen, who hit .345 for Detroit last year. One of the better batters of the American League. Steps in there hitting left-handed. The first time at bat, he hit out to the shortstop. The second time, he hit a line drive into right field. He's up there for the third time and takes the first ball outside for ball one, as Hudson was wide with a curve. Keltner at third is playing in for a bunt, protecting. Rizzuto over around second. Dorr switched over to by first. The ball is pitched by Hudson and foul right above us for strike one, and the count goes to 1 strike and 1 ball, and there's 1 out. First half of the 5th inning, and the score 3-0. 3-0 in favor of the American Leaguers. Hudson over his head once more. Steps, throws a slow ball, and it's a little bit high, a slow curve which broke high, and Mullen backed away from the plate to take it. He waves that bat from his left hand to his right, hitting left-handed. The count's 2 balls, 1 strike as Hudson winds. Next pitch is a fastball hit right down to the second baseman, Bobby Dorr. Fields it on a third hop, throws to Rudy York, and he's out. The ball is whipped around the American League infield. And up comes Benny McCoy. Little Benny McCoy hitting left-handed, whom Connie Mack gave $45,000 to sign a contract with the Philadelphia Athletics. Neat piece of change. Good little ball player, holding the bat well back as Hudson delivers the first slow curve, and McCoy hits on top of it, but misses for strike 1. The game is moving right along. The American Leaguers are playing McCoy sort of around in right field because they know him. Hudson is around his head once more, steps, throws, and the ball is pitched outside for ball 1. 1-1. Every time Buddy Rozar throws the ball back to Sid Hudson, the pitcher, he takes his glove off, holds it under his left arm, and rubs the baseball up to take the gloss off it. He puts his glove on and dangles that long right arm along the seams of his trousers. He's around his head now. He steps and throws, and the ball is hit solidly down to Bobby Dorr out on the grass in right field, and Dorr makes a sensational play going over by first base out on the grass to take that ground ball and throw Benny McCoy out at first base. So the first half of the 5th inning ends with the Army-Navy having no runs, no hits, and no one left on base. In 5 turns at bat, Mickey Cochran's all-service crew have had no runs, 3 hits, and 5 men left on base. And it's been a very good ball game for the reason that there have been no misplays in this contest. There have been no errors by either side. We go into the last half of the 5th inning, and Johnny Rigney still on the mound for the all-service team. The 85-piece Navy Band, the Great Lakes Band, playing down in the left field section of the grandstand. Perhaps you can hear through our microphone. All dressed in white with their sailor caps on. The field presents a very pretty picture. The stand almost filled to capacity. And if some of you fans have ever been in the Yankee Stadium, you might get sort of a topography picture of this stadium here in Cleveland, because it resembles the Yankee Stadium, although it's not triple deck, just a double deck stand. But both the left wing of the grandstand and the right wing run way around into right and left field.
Umpires. Barrick of the National League behind the plate. McDowell of the American League on first base. Delafitte of the National League on second base. Stewart of the American League on third base.
You probably have heard the public address system announce the change in umpires, as is the custom after 4.5 innings. And Al Barlick of the National League is going to umpire behind the home plate. Bill McGowan of the American League is going out to first base. Lee Ballenfant of the National League is umpiring at second base. And Stewart of the American League, who was umpiring balls and strikes, at third. Rigney around his head to Rizzuto, and Rizzuto dumps a bunt down at third base foul line. Rigney overfields it fast, and the throw to first base is very quick, and he's out on a great sensational play by the pitcher, Johnny Rigney, who came in over by the third base foul line, fielded that ball, a bunt by Johnny Rizzuto with one hand, Phil Rizzuto, with one hand, and quickly from an underhand throwing position, threw over to first base and retired Rizzuto. That looked almost like a perfect bunt. That was Rizzuto's first time at bat, and brings up Stan Spence, the left-handed batter of the Washington Senators, an outfielder. And Barlick, who never fails to entertain the spectators, called a strike 1 on Stan Spence with a loud and vociferous cry. Strike two as he waves dramatically like John Barrymore behind the home plate. And he's really giving it to the fans, and the fans are enjoying it. As Wrigley's around his head again and throws a slow curve which is fouled off down into the bullpen of the service team. The count remains 2 strikes and 1 ball with 1 out. The last half of the 5th inning, and the All-American League is leading 3-0. Wrigley taking the sign from his catcher, Frankie Pitlock. Pitlock holds the glove, and the pitch is made, but it's fouled off into the upper deck for the same count of 2 strikes and no balls. Really, this Al Bollock behind the home plate is really doing a job of umpiring. He's giving more gestures down there than, well, we'll say W.C. Field. Stan Spence, a great outfielder for the Washington Senators, hitting left-handed with the count 2 strikes, no balls as Wrigley pitches, and the ball is sliced down by first base, down by third base, and Wrigley going out after the ball attempted to pick it up one-handed to the right of the mound, looked at his runner, but took his eyes off the runner and fumbled the ball for the first error of the ball game. Now I see that the official scorer over there has given Stan Spence a hit instead of giving Wrigley an error. So there is a hit for Stan Spence. And the next ball pitched by Wrigley to the splendid splinter of the Boston Red Sox, Ted Williams, is down inside for ball 1. 1-0. With Spence on first base. Through his chest and his bulk stance, he steps, and the curve is over for strike 1. 1-1 as Bollock said, "Whoa, boys, strike 1." Ted Williams batting left-handed. And old Teddy has just batted in 80 runs this year with 18 homers to his credit in the American League, and leads the league in batting. And the ball is outside for ball 2. Wrigley doesn't take a bit of time between pitches. Just as soon as Frankie Pitlock gives him the pitching signal, he comes right to his chest and throws. So there's Stan Spence on first base, Williams the hitter, and he takes ball 3 low and inside, and he danced away from the plate on that one. And the count goes to 3 balls and 1 strike with Spence on first base, 1 out, the last half of the 5th inning, and the All-American League is leading 3-0. Williams up there looking for that triple. He takes it outside for ball 4. And Spence goes to second base. Williams goes to first base. And that's the third base on balls given up by Johnny Wrigley in this ball game. And brings up the jolting Joe DiMaggio of the New York Yankees, who has 1 hit in 2 times at bat this evening. He had 2 hits in an all-star game in New York last evening. He has 1 out of 2 tonight. Hitting right-handed, feet spread well apart, bat well back. Wrigley pitches, and Joe takes a low curve outside. Frankie Pitlock had to skip outside of the plate to take that one. Wrigley has the ball back in his hands, and he's looking at his outfield. And Padgett in left field is playing pretty well around toward the foul line. Mullen in center over toward left, and the pitch is made, and DiMaggio rifles the ball down at Andre. Andre over to McCoy. McCoy over to first base, and Stern takes it for a double play as Joe DiMaggio hits into a double play to end the 5th inning. Andre, the third baseman. Andre, the third baseman, to Benny McCoy at second base, over to Johnny Stern, and we'll pause momentarily for station identification. And this is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Going into the first half of the 6th inning, Sid Hudson still on the mound for the American League All-Stars. Hank Gowdy walking down there to first base, and the first batter will be, for the All-Service team, will be Don Padgett, formerly of the St. Louis Cardinals and lately of the Brooklyn Dodgers. Padgett left the Brooklyn Dodgers early this spring to join the Navy. He's a power hitter, a fairly good hitter to left field, tremendous power to right field. He's sort of a convertible ball player, one who can play the outfield and also catch. Down in St. Louis, they use him a good deal as a catcher. However, he prefers to play the outfield, and of course, he's gotten his wish since he joined the Navy. He's playing in left field for the All-Service team tonight. A left-handed batter, power hitter. He had a single the first time up and flew out to Joe DiMaggio in center field the second time up. He's up there now in the leading off the first half of the sixth inning. His third appearance at the plate, crouching low, watching Sid Hudson as he stops his windup. Hudson's first delivery bounces into the plate, and Buddy Rozar takes it on a pickup, hands it back to Al Bollock, who looks the ball over, then throws it back to Sid Hudson. And Phil Rizzuto at shortstop figures Don Padgett, as a right field hitter, is playing him way around toward second base. Keltner playing him way out of position at third, around toward second, too. The ball is hit right back on a high hop to Sid Hudson in the pitcher's box, who throws it over to Rudy York for the first out. If that ball had gotten over the head of Sid Hudson, it might have continued on into center field for a base hit, and Sid Hudson was forced to jump very high to take it in his gloved hand. However, there's one up, one away for the all-service team, the first half of the sixth inning. Cecil Travis, who has a base on balls and a double to his credit, is up there now for the second man. Hudson around his head, pitches inside to Travis for ball one. And, of course, Travis used to be a teammate of Sid Hudson's down there in Washington, so the boys know each other very well, and, of course, Sid Hudson knows that Travis is a great ball player. Hudson around his head, delivers a slow curve right over the outside corner of the plate. Just broke over there nicely for strike one. And it's a pleasure to watch Buddy Rozar down behind the bat as he shifts around, first inside, then outside, and holds that glove for his pitcher. Now he's holding the target. Sid Hudson throws another slow curve, and it's a line drive hit right into the hands of Ken Keltner at third base. A solid smash right into the gloved hands of Kenny Keltner at third base for the second out. Travis really caught a hold of that one. They didn't fool him any on the ball. He really laid the meat of the bat on it. However, it was right at somebody. That brings up Joe Grace, a left-handed hitter, formerly of the St. Louis Browns, who struck out once and hit back to the pitcher once. However, he's a good hitter. Hudson delivers, and Grace leaps high over the ball like a little girl playing jacks to get out of the way of it. For ball one. 1-0. Hudson around his head, steps, slow curve is over for strike one. 1-1. The game is moving very swiftly. Joe Grace swinging left-handed, chokes up a little on the bat, spreads his feet, watches his pitcher. A ball and a strike, and gives gestures and waves and dances around there. An Indian war dance. The next pitch is hit hard out into left field, and it just misses foul for about 5 feet, and the count remains 2 strikes and 1 ball. First, that ball was hit down along the left field foul line in fair territory, curved at the last minute, and just went foul about 5 or 10 feet. Teddy Williams was over there very fast after the ball, and I imagine if the ball had been fair, Teddy Williams would have caught it. So Joe Grace must come back to the plate and hit over again. Sid Hudson taking the sign from Buddy Rozar. He winds around his head once. The step, the throw, and the curve ball, which swings around the plate for ball 2. 2-2. 2 out. First half of the sixth inning, and the All-American League is leading 3-0. Hudson around his head, throws, and the ball is hit foul down the third base foul line for the same count. 2 strikes and 2 balls as Big George Earnshaw fields it and throws it back into the pitcher. That's baseball ethics, of course. Hudson rubs the ball up, blows in his pitching hands, takes the sign from Buddy Rozar. Rozar holding that target low outside as Hudson comes down low for ball 3. Count is 3-2 on Joe Grace. Third man up for the all-service team. First half of the sixth inning. Big Sid Hudson on the mound, winds, steps and throws, and the ball is hit foul in the air over by the all-service bench. Keltner comes over right by the bench and makes a great put-out for the third out. And Joe Grace popped up. So for the all-service team at the start of the sixth inning, there were no runs, no hits, no one left on base. And in 6 turns at bat, the all-service team has had no runs, 3 hits, and 5 men left on base. There has not been an error made by either team here so far this evening. A very clean ball game.
that these instructions
The ball game has been very fast.
to the letter.
And just at the moment, we're going to have a 1-minute blackout, which is the custom here in Cleveland. It's just a trial blackout, however. It will be just a trial blackout. The lights of the park will be turned out. There will be no smoking or lighted matches. We'll all sit here and watch the effect.
Extinguish all cigars, cigarettes, and pipes, and do not try.
The field is very barren. All the ball players have left the field. There is not a soul on the playing field except the players' gloves.
Further instructions will be given over the public address system.
There go the lights. And now the park is totally blacked out. You can't see a cigarette. You can't see a cigar light. You cannot see a light of any description. Through the haze and the mist, through the darkness of night, you can just see under the starlight the towers, the lighting towers standing on the roof of the grandstand. We see the wires of the backstop running down in front of us. We can see the silhouette of the scoreboard out in direct center field against the rather light sky, which is not lit only by moonlight and starlight. And over to the left of us is a towering grandstand, 2 tiers tall, very high. However, there's nothing that we can see beyond that. It is totally blacked out, a trial blackout, just a trial blackout, which we would like to emphasize. And that's the custom here in Cleveland, Ohio, at night games, to constantly and continually try these blackouts, just so that everyone might be prepared in case of an emergency. We can look up in the heavens and see the stars. We can look out towards center field. As I told you, we see the silhouette. And now the lights come on again after the 1-minute blackout. The lights behind the home plate on the roof flash on, and the banners around the top of the roof wave. And out of the 5 or 6 or 7 light towers, there's the 8th one just going on. Now we go into the last half of the 6th inning, and the all-service team is taking the field with Johnny Rigney going out there, the pitcher. Frankie Pitlock still behind home plate. Andres at third base. Travis at shortstop. Benny McCoy at second base. Johnny Stern at first base. Joe Grace in right field. Mullen, formerly of Detroit, in center field, and Don Padgett in left. Rudy York will be the first batter for the All-American Leaguers in the last half of the 6th inning, and the score is 3-0 in favor of the All-American League team. And the All-American League team so far in this ball game have had 3 runs and 4 hits and 3 men left on base, whereas the all-service teams have had no runs, 3 hits, and 5 men left on base. 5 hits the All-American Leaguers have had, and the first pitch by Rigney to this big Rudy York is strike 1, a neat curve which just clips the outside corner of the plate. Rigney's next pitch to York is a curveball outside, and York fouls the ball off. York fouls it off for strike 2, and Rigney has him 2-0. Rigney around his head, steps, comes out of the side by the way of Kansas City and pops the ball up behind the catcher. It might drop in the grandstand, and Pitlock tries to make a very brave catch, running into the boxes over there to the right of the plate, and falls against the boxes, but he's just a little bit late and cannot catch the ball. The count is 2 strikes and no balls. Pitlock goes back behind the home plate, and Rudy York hands him his mask. Now Bollock, the very demonstrative umpire behind the home plate, leans over Pitlock's shoulders as Rudy York, batting right-handed, who's not had a hit in 2 turns at bat, is up there for his 3rd appearance. Rigney out of the side, and it's strike 3 as Al Bollock, as if he were punching at Joe Louis, counts strike 3, and Rudy York strikes out. That's the 2nd strikeout by Johnny Rigney this evening. He's walked 2 men. And up comes Bobby Dorr, one of the leading hitters of the American League, and he uses a typical Heine Grove stance, a wide-open stance, his body facing the pitcher, and the first slider thrown by Johnny Rigney, who's getting hot now for the all-service team, is strike 1. Just nips the outside corner. Bobby Dahl wide open as the pitch comes in there, and he swings hard and fouls it off for strike 2. 2-0. Shore doesn't hold his arms as high as Heine Groh used to, but his body is entirely around, just standing directly facing Johnny Rigney in the pitcher's box. Bat laid on his right shoulder, swinging right-handed as Rigney comes around his head, steps, delivers a curve, and it's strike 3 as Shore takes that curve right over the outside corner. And Rigney is showing a burst of pitching here, which stamped him as one of the best pitchers of the American League. He's really getting hot and really cutting that curve across those outside corners. And it's a pleasure to watch Frankie Pitlock catch it. Standing down there, crouching behind the home plate, holding that target, and Rigney placing every ball right in that glove. Up comes Keltner, who takes ball 1 outside. Rigney doesn't wait much when he gets the ball. He just takes that sign from Pitlock. The all-service infield with their hands on their knees as Rigney delivers again, and the ball is hit sharply into left field on one bounce to Don Padgett, who fields it, throws it back into second base, and Kenny Keltner is on first base with a single. That's the second hit by Keltner this evening, and the first man of the All-American Leaguers to have 2 hits. He had a triple in the second inning, flew out to left field in the 4th, and now singled in the 6th. And Buddy Rozar with 1 hit in 2 turns at bat is up there. Number 12 on his back in the Yankee uniform, and takes a bouncing curve ball which struck the ground. Pitlock fielded the ball for ball 1. Kenny Keltner on first base with 2 outs. The last half of the 6th inning, and the All-American Leaguers leading 3-0. The pitch is strike 1 as that slider zips across there again. And now the crowd is getting a big bounce out of the way Rigney is pitching and the way that Al Bollock is calling the strikes and balls. Rigney around is out of the side, strike 2. And Al Bollock jumps up in the air and calls strike 2 and does a regular war dance behind the home plate. Well, we've been in baseball 22 years. We never saw an umpire really call him this way. Well, it's a pleasure and it's very refreshing to see it. Rigney around his head again, and the ball is hit right down over second base into center field. And there goes Keltner around second base, heading into third, and pulls up a third as Rozar pulls around first and is content with a single. So Rozar has 2 hits to his credit, sending Keltner around the third base. He himself is parked on first. And Sid Hudson, who's been doing a nice job of pitching for the All-American Leaguers, comes to bat. He's getting a nice hand from the crowd as he's shown a splendid exhibition of hurling here this evening. Make no mistake about it, this all-service team is a good ball club. Give any team in the big league a battle. I dare say if they had a few extra reserves, they'd finish third in any league. And the ball is hit on the ground by Hudson down to third base. Andre's up with it, throws over to first, and Johnny Sturm, reaching way into the infield, takes it for the third out. And so for the All-Stars, the American League All-Stars, the last half of the 6th inning, there were no runs, 2 hits, and 2 men left on base. And in the 6th innings that the All-Stars have been to bat, the American Leaguers have had 3 runs, 7 hits, and 5 men left on base, and they have not made an error. We're going now into the first half of the 7th inning, and our good colleague and friend from Chicago, Bob Elton, will pick it up from here and bring you through these last innings.
Thank you very much, Wade. And good evening, fans. We've been seeing quite a ball game here as Wade White and Jack Rainey, my colleagues here in Cleveland tonight, former baseball players and our baseball broadcasters, have done a fine job of telling you just exactly what's happened. The score is 3-0 in favor of the American League over the Service Team All-Stars as we go into the first half of the 7th. Down the line here to my left, the Navy Band from the Great Lakes, one of the finest musical aggregations in America, is striking up a note as the American League gets out there on the field. I notice another change now in the lineup. McQuinn, the great first baseman of St. Louis, is going down to play first. Let's see, at second base, there's Shore. At shortstop, Rizzuto. At third base, Keltner. Left field, Williams. Center field, DiMaggio. Right fielder is Phil Smith. That's the only change. And here's some of the two hitters. McQuinn. is playing first base, and the first man to bat for the service teams is going to be the first baseman, Johnny Stern, a left-handed hitter who the first time bounced out and the second time walked. He's a left-hand hitter, and he's facing a right-hand pitcher, Sid Hudson, a tall, thin, wiry sort of fellow, and really a good pitcher. Here comes the first pitch. It's a ball. It's low inside, and the batter, Johnny Stern, backed away. The American League outfield is playing this hitter straight away and not too deep. Now, you remember Stern with the Yankees. He never had a reputation as a long ball hitter, but he was one of those sharp hitters over that infield and through that infield. There is a smash to right field, a line drive, and Gore jumped up to try to get it with one hand but couldn't head it off. He made a beautiful try for that ball, and the service team starts off the seventh inning with a base hit to right field. A very sharp hit by Johnny Stern, the first baseman. That is their fourth hit. Now, the one thing to remember, fans, about this ball game is this. While the American League leads 3-0, the service team is not out of reach. They're trailing by just 3 runs. Here's the right-hand hitter, Andrews, up. There's the first pitch, and it's high and wide for a ball. Andrews has been up twice. The first time he singled, and the second time he hit into a fast double play. He's a big, stocky right-handed kid, and he's a good hitter. Pitcher getting all set again. Here's the next one. There's a swing at a slow change of pace pitch in around his waist, and he fouled it. It rolls on the ground to the right of the plate, and the count is 1-1. As you can hear from the noise here in this big stadium at Cleveland, the crowd is pulling for the service stars to do something. They want to see them really get back into this ball game. They almost got off in front here in the first inning when they had the bases loaded with 1 out. Now the pitcher's getting all set again. Here's the next one, and Andrews swings. There's a drive into left center field. It may be. It is a hit into left center field, and it puts runners on first and second. A drive into left center field. Teddy Williams was coming over fast, and I thought he might get through that ball. It just dropped in front of him in left center, and it's a base hit. So the service team fans is on its way here at Cleveland in the first half of the 7th inning, and there is a runner going out for Stern. There's a runner going out. Now you'll hear the announcement. Hayduck is going to play. There it is. Chester Hayduck is out there on second base running for Stern. So we have 2 men on and nobody out for the service stars. There is a spike right across his waist is called. Al Barley shoots that right fist up into the air. I noticed down in the left field bullpen that Harris, the left-hander, is warming up to the service stars. And off here to our right, there are 2 pitchers warming up to the American League. 2 men on and nobody on in the 7th. There is an attempted bunt of a very high pitch, and he fouled it. Frankie Pitlack attempted to bunt a very high pitch, and he fouled the ball. It goes all the way back into the screen. The catcher, Buddy Rozar, gets a new baseball from the umpire and walks out to the mound to talk to Hudson. Hayduck is out on second. Andrews is on first with his second hit of the night. There's nobody out, and little Frankie Pitlack is up in the batter's box right down here below our neutral booth. Hudson gets all set. Here's the next pitch. An inside pitch. It's been very close, and he has to jump to get out of the way. So the count is ball 1 and strike 2 for Frankie Pitlack. The service stars are trailing 3-0 here at Cleveland. The American League scored 2 in the first and 1 in the second. Hudson gets set again. Here's the next pitch, and there is a swing and a miss, and he struck him out. Frankie Pitlack went all the way around trying to give that ball a ride, and he struck out. So there is a strikeout for Hudson, and now we're going to get a pinch hitter for Rigney. Here is a pinch hitter coming up to the plate to bat for Rigney. Lucadello. Johnny Lucadello is coming up to the plate of the Browns. He's a left-handed hitter. Here's the announcement. Here's Johnny Lucadello up in there, a left-handed batter. He's batting for Johnny Rigney, and that means that Harris is going to come in to pitch for the service team. Runners on first and second and 1 gone. There's a hopper foul down the first base line, and it's 1 strike. Remember that McQuinn is now playing first base in place of York. Doris at second. At shortstop is Flea Rizzuto of the Yankees. At third base is Kenny Keltner. It's Williams in left field, DiMaggio in center field, and Stan Spence of Washington in right field. The battery is Sid Hudson, the pitcher, and the catcher is Buddy Rozar, who has gone all the way for the American League team. 1 strike on Lucadelo, a left-handed batter. Hudson gets set, a fastball, and he got a piece of that ball and fouled it back into the screen, and it's 2 strikes on Lucadelo. Next man to come up will be the leadoff man, Mullen, the center fielder who has been up 3 times without a hit. The service team is connected for 2 hits here in the first half of the 7th to run their total for the night to 5 hits. A hit in the first, a hit in the second, a hit in the third, and 2 in the 7th. Now he's all set again. Here's the next pitch, and there is a ball. It just missed the outside corner, a tantalizing curve ball that Lucadelo was tempted to go after, but he didn't, and it's ball 1 and strike 2. The American League outfield is playing straight away. The service team has 2 men on with 1 out here in the 7th inning at Cleveland. Here comes the next pitch, and there is another wide one. That time it was about a foot outside, waist high, and so Johnny Hudson has worked up a count now on this pinch hitter Lucadelo of 2 and 2. Again, the crowd here, which is close to 70,000, I imagine, it's very, very close to 70,000, is starting that staccato clapping, and you can hear it through your radios. Man on first, man on second, 1 out, count of ball 2, strike 2 on the batter. Hudson is set, here it is. He swings and hits the ground ball to the pitcher, back to second out, back to first, he's out, a double play. Lucadelo hit into a fast double play, the play going from Hudson to Bobby Doerr to the first baseman McQuinn, and it retires the side. And so, fans, in the first half of the 7th inning for the Service Stars, there were no runs and there were 2 hits. Lucadelo hit into a fast double play, pitcher to second to first. And now this ball game is going into the last half of the 7th. Hayduck is going to first base. We're going to get a new pitcher coming in from the bullpen down here to our left. The service team is taking the field. I believe that we're going to get a new center fielder, too. I believe that Chapman is going into the outfield. The great center fielder of the Philadelphia Athletics, I believe, is going into the ball game. While we're watching for these changes, I believe that we'll pause briefly for station identification. You're listening to an exclusive broadcast of the Service American League game from Cleveland, the All-Star game, the second All-Star game, and this is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Our fans, we're back here at Cleveland. Here's the left-hander Harris. Morris Mickey Harris from the Army. He's stationed in the Panama Canal Zone. He was formerly with the Boston Red Sox. He reached the Boston Red Sox in July 1940 after only 2.5 years in the minors. He won 4 and he lost 2 for Boston. Last year he won 8 games and lost 14. He's a tall left-hander. He stands about 6 feet tall. And there's been a lot of publicity about Harris because, as you know, he was flown up here to take part in this game, and everyone was anxious to see him get into it. And he's getting into it now in the last half of the 7th as the pitcher for the service team. Now the first man to face him, a right-hand hitter, is the leadoff man, Rizzuto, and there is a swing and a miss, and it's 1 strike. Hayduck is playing first, as we told you. Hayduck is at first. McCoy is at second. Travis is still at short. Andrews is at third. Sam Chapman is in center field in place of Mullen. Here's the next pitch, and there was a slow, tantalizing curveball across his shoulders. The batter went for it and missed it, so it is 2 strikes on Rizzuto. The American League batting in the last half of the 7th. They're leading 3-0 in this ball game over the Service Stars, who are really giving them a battle. Harris gets set again. Here's the next pitch, and there's a drive down the right field line. It's going to be a hit. It's going to be an extra base hit. It's bounded way back there against the wall. Rizzuto's on his way to second. The right fielder firing the ball in, and he slid past second base, but he gets back in there. Rizzuto running around second base slipped, but he got up in time to get back into second base with a double, just as the service team was getting ready to put that ball on him. Rizzuto slipped going around second base when it looked like he might try for a triple. He got up and slid back into second. So it is a 2-base hit for Rizzuto. That's his second time up and his first hit. That is a total of 8 hits for the American League. It brings up a left-hand hitter, the right fielder Stan Spence. There's a man on second base, and there's nobody out here in the last half of the 7th. Harris is getting a sign. Here's the pitch, and there's a throw to second base, and Rizzuto goes to third, head first, and he's in there safely. A delayed steal of third base by Rizzuto, The batter attempted to bunt that ball. He missed it. The catcher Pitlack threw to second, and Rizzuto tore to third and slid in safely. It's a clean steal of third. The play went from the catcher to second base to third. So there's a man on third now for the All-Stars. The American League All-Stars. Spence batting. There's one strike on him. The infield is pulled in a bit. Harris taking a lot of time, getting a sign from Pitlack. Now he starts his windup. Here it is. And there's a hopper over the pitcher's head. The runner's still holding third, and the batter is being thrown out in a fast play. The play going from McCoy to Hayduck, and the runner Rizzuto held third. I thought that he might possibly break for the plate on that ball because it was a slow bounding ball over the pitcher's head to the second baseman McCoy. But Rizzuto held third, and McCoy threw the batter out. It was a very nice play. So there's one gone. Now here's the great Teddy Williams up, one of the greatest hitters in baseball. A tall, wiry lad, a left-handed batter, and there is a ball. It gets away from the catcher. It rolls a few feet back of the plate. The pitcher comes in to cover the plate, but Rizzuto plays it safe and stays at third. The ball got away from the catcher, Frankie Pitlack, and rolled back about 20 feet behind the plate. He and the umpire were getting all tangled up as Frankie wanted to get back to get that ball, but the runner stayed at third, so Rizzuto is still there, and there's one gone. Service infield is drawn in a few steps. They're not playing way in. Here comes the next pitch to Williams, and it's a strike. He caught the outside corner that time with a beautiful pitch. Boy, that was a sharp curveball. It just whipped in over the outside corner, and it's a called strike. And so we have it 1-1 on Teddy Williams. A man on third, one out here in the last half of the seventh at Cleveland with the American League ahead 3-0. Harris is set, and there is a very sharp breaking curve that was a foot outside at the knee. And Frankie Pitlack had to go way outside to get it. The outfield is playing Williams just a shade to the right, and they're plenty deep for this boy. As you know, he's one of the best long ball hitters and also one of the best sharp hitters in baseball. He can drive that ball between them. Here comes the next pitch, and Williams takes a ball. It missed the corner just at the knee, and it's ball 3 and strike 1 for Williams. The American League would like to get this additional run in from third. They're leading 3-0 in the last half of the seventh. Harris is set again. Here's the next pitch, and there's a high fly ball. It's way back into left center field. Paget going back. Chapman going back. Paget couldn't get the ball. It went over his head. Here's a run scoring. Williams is rounding second. He's on his way to third. Here's the relay, and Williams pulls up at third with a triple. It was a tremendous wallop, fans. Way back into left center field. Paget raced back from his left field position. The center fielder Chapman came tearing over, but the ball dropped behind him, and Williams pulls up at third base slowly with an easy triple. So the score now is 4-0 in favor of the American League. Here is the famous Yankee Clipper, Joe DiMaggio, up at the plate, a right-handed batter. He's been up 3 times. He's hit safely once. Here's the first pitch, and there is a strike. It caught the outside corner, waist high. Fastball right over the outside corner to Joe DiMaggio. A man on third, 1 run in. We're in the last half of the seventh, and the American League now has another run. Harris is all set again. Here's the next pitch, a change of pace pitch. It's wide, knee-high, and again, Frankie Pitlack has to go way outside for it. The outfield is swung to the other side. They're playing DiMaggio as either a left center field hitter or a left field hitter. The left fielder, Paget, is very deep. Chapman in center field is over a bit toward left field, and the right fielder is just about in a normal spot. DiMaggio takes a fastball. It's right across his chin, and it's ball 2. So it's 2-1 on Joe DiMaggio with Teddy Williams on third. He just tripled. He drove in Rizzuto, and the American League is ahead 4-0 here at Cleveland. Harris has his sign again. Here's the next pitch to Joe. Joe steps away from one. It's inside low, and it's ball 3 and strike 1. Frankie Pitlack steps out in front of the plate, says something to the pitcher. Harris turns around and goes for the rosin bag, taking plenty of time out there getting set. Now he peers down at Pitlack. Here's Joe DiMaggio with that familiar stance of his up at the plate. Here comes the pitch, and it's a beauty right over the inside corner, waist high for a called strike. Harris fired in a beautiful pitch that time. It's a called strike on Joe, and the Yankee Clipper steps out of the batter's box and gets some dirt on his hands. Now he's up in there again. There's that familiar black 5 in the back of his white uniform. There's those legs wide apart, that bat over his right shoulder. That familiar stance that's known to baseball fans the world over. Here it is, and there is a very high infield fly on the right side of the infield. The first baseman, Hayduck, is between first base and second going to his right. He grabbed the ball, and Williams holds third.
So Joe DiMaggio hit a very towering infield fly ball that was taken by the first baseman, Chester Haydock, going to his right, towards second base, in the base paths, and there's 2 gone. That, by the way, is the second time tonight that Joe has popped out in the infield. The other time he hit into a double play, and the first time he singled driving in a run. Now there's a man on third, and here's George McQuinn of the St. Louis Browns, one of the best fielding first basemen in baseball, a fine, sharp hitter, and a swell lad up at the plate. He's making his first appearance up there tonight. He took the place of Rudy York, and there is a strike. It's right across his knees. There's that sharp curve ball, and Barlick lets out that yell again on that strike, and the crowd gets a kick out of it. So man on third, there's a run in. There's 2 out here in the last half of the 7th. Harris, the left-hander out there on the mound, is getting all set again. Mickey swings around. Here comes the next pitch to McQuinn. McQuinn swings. There's a drive. It's a hit out into right center field. It's going way, way out into right center field. It's rolling farther away from the infield. He's rounding second. He's on his way to third. Here's the relay, but they'll never get him. He's in the dirt, and he's safe at third. It's a triple for McQuinn, way out into right center field. The ball was finally fielded out there by Joe Grace. He picked the ball up and fired it into short center field, where McCoy, the second baseman, ran out, took the ball, and whipped it over to third base. But McQuinn is in at third with another 3-base hit, and another run has scored for the American League. So the score now is 5-0 in the favor of the American League in the last half of the 7th. McQuinn on first base with 2 gone, and here is Bobby Dorr up at the plate. The right-handed batter. First pitch to him is a bit outside, ball 1. As Wade told you, Bobby Dorr has a rather odd stance up there at the plate. I've asked him about it many, many times when the Red Sox have been in Chicago. But he gets wonderful success with that particular stance, so there's no reason for him changing it. Here's the next pitch, and there's a very high foul. It's off to the right. Pitlack's mask is off. He's back. He should get this ball. He's out, and it retires the side. McQuinn is left on third. Frankie Pitlack went back fast for that foul, and it retires the side. And so, fans, in the last half of the 7th, the American League scored 2 more runs, and there were 3 hits. A double, a triple, and a triple. 2 runs and 3 hits, and that is the end of the 7th. So now let's recheck on the totals for 7 innings. The American League, 5 runs, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hits. The Service All-Stars, no runs and 5 hits. This ball game is going into the first half of the 8th inning. It's a wonderful sight here at Cleveland, fans. 70,000 people are jammed at the stadium to see a grand ball game. And Mutual hopes that you're enjoying this ball game as you hear our exclusive story about this game from your radio. We're going to pause again briefly for station identification. You're listening to the broadcast from the Municipal Stadium in Cleveland. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Well, here we are. This is Bob Elson talking to you again from Cleveland. And here is Tex Houston of the Boston Red Sox, a very good right-hander out there on the mound. He is the 3rd pitcher for the American League. Tex Houston, one of the regular starters with the Boston club, a right-hander, and a very, very fine pitcher. I believe he's won 7 ball games this year. I saw him pitch a very splendid game just about a week ago in Chicago. The first man to face him up at the plate now is Chapman, the center fielder. He's playing in center field for the service team in place of Mullen. He's a right-handed batter, and as you all know, those of you who saw him play with Philadelphia, he was one of the greatest young outfielders in the game. There is a strike. It's right across his knees, and the count is 1-1. The service team trails by 5 runs at Cleveland. The American League, 2 in the first, 1 in the second, and 2 in the 7th. The service team has failed to score. Houston, the right-hander, is the 3rd pitcher for the American League. He's on the mound now, pitching to Chapman. The count is 1-1. Here it comes, and there's a swing and a drive to the first baseman, McQuinn. A nice pickup. There's the run to the bag, and he's out. McQuinn unassisted, and there's 1 gone. And now the American Leaguers fire that ball around the infield from Kenny Keltner to Flea Rizzuto to Bobby Dorr, back over to McQuinn, and then back to Houston. And now the boys are getting all set.
Mueller, number 9, batting for McCoy.
Here's Mueller of the Phillies. Emmett Mueller, utility man with the Phillies. He's an infielder and outfielder. He's an all-around handyman. A left-handed batter up at the plate. And the first pitch, he swings and fouls up into the wire, and it's 1 strike. Mueller is in the Army. He's a left-handed batter and a fine little ball player. We saw him many, many times with the Phillies. Up in there now, waiting for the next pitch from Houston. The outfield playing him straight away. There's a swing at a high pitch, and he fouled that when it rolls on the ground all the way back to the screen, and it's 2 strikes. There's 1 out and nobody on here in the first half of the 8th. And the service team doesn't have many more chances. We're in the 8th. That means they have just the first half of the 9th to try to get those 5 runs back. Houston getting all set out there again. Here's the next pitch to Mueller. Mueller steps up on a curveball and lets it go by, and it just missed the corner, knee high for a ball. So it's ball 1 and strike 2 for Mueller, who is batting for Benny McCoy. Mueller will go into the ball game for the service team at second base. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a fly ball into short right center field. They're all going for the ball. Right fielder, center fielder, and it drops for a hit. And Mueller keeps right on going to second base. The boys get crossed up on their signals out there that time. DiMaggio and Stan Spence, and the ball dropped right in between them for a 2-base hit for Mueller. Well, that's one of those things that you see happen very frequently in a ball game. The boys just got crossed up on their signals in right center field between DiMaggio and Spence as to who is to take that ball, and Mueller gets himself a 2-base hit. Now here's Paget up. He's been up 3 times. He's had 1 hit. There's a strike. It's right across his knees. Right over the inside corner, knee high. Paget, a giant of a fellow. A left-handed batter can really pull that ball. This fellow used to be with the Cardinals, outfielder and a catcher. Then with Brooklyn, there's a strike. A beautiful pitch in around his knees. It's called, and it's 2 strikes for Paget. The service team's trying to come from behind. They're trailing by 5 runs here at Cleveland. They're batting in the first half of the 8th inning. They have a man on second base and 1 out. The American League outfield on defense is well spread out. They are spread out now. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a swing and a fly ball back into left field. Williams going back about 15 feet. He's under the ball. He's out, and there's 2 gone. Paget drove a long fly ball back into left field, and Williams backed up and pulled it down. So there's 2 gone now. As Cecil Travis, the former great Washington infielder, comes up. This fellow's a left-hand batter, and I believe for a left-hand batter, one of the best left field hitters in baseball. This fellow can really slash that ball into left field. He did it the second time up today when he doubled to left. There's a spike. It's right across his knees. Maggio playing him in dead center. Williams in left field. Stan Spence in right field. There's a man on second base for the service teams, and there's 2 out. Tex Houston, the right-hander on the mound. Here comes the next pitch, and there is a ball. It's just a bit high and a bit outside, and it's 1-1. Buddy Rosa, the catcher, takes his glove off, walks out in front of the plate, roughs that ball up in his hands a bit, and then fires it back to Houston. Mueller is content with a pretty good leadoff second. Here's the next pitch, and there's a swing and a foul back into the wire. Travis went all the way around trying to connect with that ball. He foul-tipped it. It sailed back into the wire, and there's 2 strikes on him. It's 1-2. Mueller out on second base and 2 gone in the first half of the 8th. The American League 5, the Service All-Stars nothing. Houston getting his sign. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a drive out to the shortstop. He's up with that ball. There goes a long peg. He's out, and a nice play from Rizzuto to McQuinn, and it retires the side. So Mueller is left on the bases, and the totals in the first half of the 8th inning are no runs and 1 hit. It makes the 8-inning totals for the service teams. For the service team, no runs and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hits. Now we're going into the last half of the 8th inning. Service team going out onto the field. Andrews is going to third. Cease Travis out to short. There's Mueller going to second. Chester Hayduck is at first. In the outfield, Chapman in center field. Paget in left field. Grace in right field. Frankie Pitlack is catching, and we're going to get a new pitcher now for the service team. Here's a new pitcher coming in for the service team. The 4th pitcher for them tonight. A right-hander. Here comes the announcement. Listen to it.
Number 9, now pitching. Grodzicki, number 9, now pitching.
Johnny Grodzicki, who's with the Army,
Number 9,
stationed at Fort Knox, Kentucky.
Mueller.
Property of the St. Louis Cardinals. The right-handers on the mound. Member of the Cardinal chain, Grodzicki won 19 and lost 5 at Columbus last season, compiling an earned run average of 2.58. Assigned to the service branch of the Armored Forces of Fort Knox, The big right-hander finds time to pitch every couple of weeks. He's appeared in excellent pitching condition in all of his efforts so far with the Army, and he's getting his chance here tonight at Cleveland. He's a big right-hander who's out there now firing in a 2 practice pitches to Frankie Pitlack, and the American League is coming to bat in the last half of the 8th. The score of the American League 5, the service team nothing, as we start the last half of the 8th. Now the first man to bat is Kenny Keltner. Kenny Keltner's been up 3 times tonight. He has 2 hits. First time he drove a long triple into left center field. The second time he flied out, and the third time he hit safely, and there is a fastball right around his knees, and it's a called strike. The left fielder, Don Padgett, is playing him plenty deep, and he should. Kenny drove one of the longest balls I've seen hit in this park, way out into left center field, and that ball was hit a mile. Zecchi gets set again. Here's the next pitch, and there is a foul. It's up in the wire here to our right, and it's 2 strikes. Artie Fletcher of the Yankees is coaching at third. Down here to our left, and straight down the first base line is Stanley Harris, the former boy manager of the Washington Senators, who won 2 pennants for the Senators many years ago. Here comes the next pitch to Keltner. Keltner hits a bouncing ball down to Andrews at third. There goes the peg. He's out. It's an easy play. Andrews to Hayduck, and he was out at first by 10 feet. Now the next batter is Buddy Rozar, a stocky lad, second-string catcher on the Yankee Ball Club. He's caught the entire game tonight, and he's had 2 hits. Been up 3 times. He's making his 4th appearance of the night. He's stepping up now in the last half of the 8th inning with 1 gone. The score 5-0 in favor of the American League. There is a ball. It's a little bit low and inside. Grodzicki of the Army is now pitching for the service team. Feller started, then Rigney, then Harris, and now Grodzicki. He's a right-hander. He swings around. Here's the next pitch, and there's a long wallop way back into center field. Chapman going back. He's there, and he grabbed that ball way out in center field. A long wallop by Buddy Rozar for the second out. Sam really had to turn around and keep running. He turned around again just at the right time to pull that ball out of the air. So there's 2 gone, and the service team whips that ball around the infield. Here's Tex Houston coming up for his first time at bat. He's walking up. He says something to umpire Barlick. Steps around to the left side. Here he is right below our mutual broadcasting booth in Cleveland. A red 21 on the back of his white uniform. A tall, good-looking lad. He's up in there now waiting for the first pitch. Grodzicki is all set. Here it is. And it's a ball. Fastball almost into the dirt. The outfield with the pitcher up moves in about 10 steps. They're playing him straight away. Right fielder is short. Here comes the next pitch, and there is a strike. He stepped away from a curveball that broke away from him. Away from a right-hand hitter and toward the plate. It was a very nice pitch, and it evens the count at 1-1. There's 2 out and nobody on in the last half of the 8th. Grodzicki is all set. Here's the next pitch. There is a strike. It's called over the outside corner, knee high. And Barlick again shoots that right fist up into the air, and it's 1-2. Pitcher Houston batting with 2 outs. Grodzicki gets all set again. He has started his motion. He swings around. Here it is. He struck him out. A curveball over the outside corner, and Houston is called out on strike. And so that is the end. No runs and no hits. That is the end of the 8th, and now, fans, we're going into the first half of the 9th inning of this ball game at Cleveland at the big municipal stadium between the American League All-Stars and the service team All-Stars, and what a grand ball game it's been. The score of the American League 5 and the service team nothing as we go into the first half of the 9th. I believe we'll pause now to let our mutual stations across the country come in and identify themselves. As you know, this is an exclusive broadcast carried from Cleveland, so that you fans, wherever you happen to be listening to it, can hear the complete story of this wonderful game. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Well, friends, here we are back here at Cleveland. Here's a pinch hitter coming up, Moryanovich. Moryanovich, a right-hand hitter, is coming up to bat for Grace as we start the first half of the 9th. Here comes the announcement. Listen to it. There's a ball wide. Moryanovich is up at the plate. Maury played with a number of teams in the National League. Here's a pitch, and there is a strike. It's over the outside corner. I remember there for a while. I believe it was in 1940 when Maury led the National League for the first couple of months of the season. The right-hand batter who does not crowd the plate. He stands pretty far away from it. He has the number 1 on the back of his gray uniform. And there's a ball. It's wide. It's ball 2 and strike 1. The service team trails by 5 runs, but they're still hopeful that maybe they can get a rally going here in the ninth. Houston is ready again. The next pitch Arnovich takes is in the dirt. It's a ball. It's 3-1 now for Arnovich. And the catcher, Buddy Rosar, walks out in front of the plate, says something to Houston, and then fires in the ball. So far, the service team has made just 6 hits and no runs. They're trailing 5-0 in the ninth. Houston gets ready again. There is a strike. He caught the outside corner knee-high with a beautiful pitch, and it's ball 3 and strike 2. The American League outfield is straight away. DiMaggio in center field, Williams in left field, and Stan Spence in right field. Here comes the next pitch. He hits a roller down to the third baseman, Keltner, who's up with the ball. There goes the peg. He's out. Keltner to McQuinn, and there's 1 gone. Now the American Leaguers fire that ball around the infield. Keltner to Dorr to McQuinn to Rizzuto, and back around again, and then back to the pitcher. There's 1 gone in the first half of the ninth. Here's the first baseman, Chester Haydock. Property of the White Sox, a right-handed batter. There is a strike. It's right across his knees. 1 strike on Haydock. Here comes the next pitch, and he goes all the way around, trying to miss a beautiful curveball in around his knees, and it's 2 strikes. 1 out and nobody on in the ninth. The last chance for the service team to get back into the ball game. There's a ground ball out to the second baseman. Dorr's up with the ball. There goes the peg. He's out. Dorr to McQuinn, and there's 2 gone. And again, the American Leaguers fire it around, and now the cause of the service teams in this ball game, at least, looks pretty hopeless. There's 2 gone in the ninth. Here's Andrews, who's had 2 hits, by the way, for the service team. Right-handed batter, and there's a very high foul off here to the left. The catcher is going to his left. Rosar into that ball and grabs it and takes it, and the ball game is over. And so the final score is 5-0 here in this ball game. We'll get the totals for you right away. The service team was in the battle all the way until the American League scored those 2 runs in the 7th, and then they pulled away with 2 additional runs to make it 5-0. And from that point on, it looked like the job of the service team was a little bit hopeless. We'll check those totals again. They are for the American League 5 runs, 10 hits, and no errors. For the Army-Navy, the service team, no runs, 6 hits, and no errors. In the records, this ball game will go into the records as a victory. The winning pitcher will be Bagby, and the losing pitcher will be Feller. The runs in the early stages of the game were scored in the first inning. The American League scored 2 runs on 2 hits in the first inning. A hit by Henrik, a walk to Williams, a hit by DiMaggio, and a fly ball. Then they scored a run in the third on a couple more hits, a triple by Keltner and a single by Rosar. They scored again in the 7th on a combination of 3 hits. A double by Rizzuto, a triple by Williams, and a triple by McQuinn, and that was the ball game. The service teams failed to score. They had a hit in the first, a hit in the second, a hit in the third. They had 2 hits in the 7th and 1 hit in the 8th, and the final score is 5-0 in favor of the American League. And they certainly are champions. They proved it last night in the Polo Grounds in a great ball game that we saw there with Jim Britt and Mel Allen, and they proved it here in a ball game we saw in Cleveland tonight with Jack Graney and Wade Hoyt. And this really was a ball game because the lead was only 3-0, and the service team was within striking distance all the time. And naturally, we know that a large number of you people listening wish that you could have been present at this great game tonight. However, knowing that to be a physical impossibility, the thought occurs to us that you might be interested in aiding the fine cause by sending in the price of a ticket for your seat tonight at the radio. These seats were $1.35 and $1.60. And if you'd like to, you can send your contribution to the Cleveland Baseball Company, who in turn will see that it is added to the combined Army and Navy Relief Fund. As you know, the funds of the 2 games were combined. The first $100,000 went to the baseball, the ball and bat fund, which is to provide baseballs and bats and gloves for all the camps. After that, all the money is divided equally between the service, half to the Army and half to the Navy. So the American League wins both games. They defeat the National League 3-1 in New York, and they win this great game here in Cleveland by a score of 5-0. It's been a swell ball game to see, and I want my colleagues who've done a splendid job here tonight to come in to say goodbye to you and to have a few words of comment. First, here is Jack Rainey. Come in, Jack.
Well, Bob, it was a very nice ball game. Mickey Cochran and the all-service team have a very good ball club. They tried hard, but they just were not good enough for the American League Ball Club.
Thank you very much, Jack, and it was swell to have you with us. And now from Cincinnati, here's Wade Hoyt. We're also very happy to have with us tonight. Wade, will you come in for a word?
All right, thank you, Bob. I've seen a lot of ball games in the past, a lot of all-star games, a lot of World Series. I've pitched in 7 World Series, but I think I've never seen a ball game more closely contested than this one here this evening. You must remember, fans, that this all-service team that was out here playing the All-American League All-Stars is not a team that has been playing regularly. Some of the Navy boys have, but some of the Army boys have been devoted to their patriotic duty, of course, and their Army duty. And naturally, being in physical condition is not always being in baseball condition. Some of these boys, for instance, Bobby Tully, you could notice in his pitching that he was just a little bit wild with some of his tosses. He perhaps was a little over-anxious to try to impress these 60-some thousand fans here this evening, just trying to give them a good show. He was out here delivering everything he had on every ball, trying to work hard, trying to give those fans a treat and what they paid for. However, it was a splendid show right from 6:30 on right through to the final out of this ball game. We had a great military demonstration, and I'm sure that everybody enjoyed themselves here this evening. It was one of the greatest baseball or sports spectacles of all time, and I know that you fans that have been listening in have enjoyed it too. And this is Wade Hoyt saying good evening to you, and Bob Elton once more.
Thank you very much, Wade. And friends, I don't have to tell you, I'm sure, that the Mutual Broadcasting System is exceedingly proud to have brought this ball game to you tonight. They brought you the ball game last night exclusively from New York, and this ball game tonight, I just have a feeling, even though we've seen ball games and broadcast all-star games and World Series for years, at this ball game, every fan, every man, woman, and child in all sections of our great country was interested in, and we certainly know that all the service boys were in all the camps and all the ships at sea. This broadcast tonight was recorded, and it'll be sent out by shortwave so that the boys in all the camps, the boys in Ireland, the boys in Australia will all know just exactly what happened here at Cleveland tonight. And as I say, Mutual is proud to have brought you this ball game so that you could have heard one of the outstanding sports classics of the year. Of course, Mutual is in the forefront of bringing you the great sports events in America, and this is just another one in that great chain of events. And so, fans, that's just about all there is now from Cleveland. The American League won 5-0. That just about wraps up the package. That's all there is. There isn't any more. And so we say goodbye. This is Bob Elton saying good night for Cleveland now for my co-workers here, Jack Rainey and Wade Hoyt and myself. And we return you now to our Cleveland studios.
It's 8:30.
It's 8:30 New York time. Time to wake up America and stump the experts. Each week at this time, you are invited by Lucky Strike to attend its coast-to-coast quiz party. You furnish the questions, and our experts try to answer them. For every question used, Lucky Strike will reward you with $10 in war stamps. If the question is muffed, you get a total of a $50 war bond plus the 24-volume set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid, and all questions become the property of Information Please. And now light up a Lucky Strike as I present our Master of Ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, Information Please continues on its merry way, informal and unprepared as always. And tonight our panel of experts includes our two regulars, Franklin P. Adams and John Kieran, and as our guests, two who have been with us before. The first is Deems Taylor, composer, music critic, and radio personality. And the second is one of our favorite stage and screen stars, who's soon to be seen in They All Kissed the Bride, Mr. Roland Young. Now, before we go any further, I'd like to say that last week we announced at the end of the program that we hadn't missed any questions. I think our 4th birthday must have gone to our collective head. And maybe we're getting a bit too complacent because we checked the record carefully and we find that Mr. J. Byrne of New York should have won a set of the Britannicas and a $50 war bond for having stumped the experts with this question about presidents. And speaking of war bonds, may I say just a word about them, ladies and gentlemen. They're not only the wisest investment any American can make, but they're also an urgent, immediate duty. let me suggest that you visit your bank or other bond outlet without delay and buy as many as you can. Now we're going to begin this evening with a question from Clara S. Velsor of Norwalk, Connecticut, and we're going to get 3 out of 4 if we're good at it. Recite a line of poetry, gentlemen, about the following minor animals: a snail, a moth, a flea, and an ant, in that order. I'm going to begin with snails. Mr. Adams.
Will you walk a little faster, said Whiting to a snail?
Yes, that's a very good one. It's from what poem, Mr. Adams?
It's from, I think, Through the Looking Glass.
I think it is from Through the Looking Glass. Mr. Taylor?
Creeping like a snail unwillingly to school.
That's a good one. It's from what poet?
The 7 Ages of Man.
Yes, from Mr. Whom?
Oh, Shakespeare.
Mr. Shakespeare, right. That fixes up
you knew.
snails. How about a moth? A line of poetry in which the word moth appears. Mr. Kieran.
The Moth's Kiss, first, from Browning.
What's it from? I don't know.
It's in a gondola. It's one of those little interpolated songs.
Very good. Can you give us any other with the word moth in it, Mr. Adams?
There's a song, The Moth and the Flame played a game one day.
Very good, Mr. Adams.
The game of a woman's heart.
Oh, very good, Mr. Adams.
A rolling
break
stone
mine.
gathers no moth.
That's a nice one, Mr. Taylor.
Gathers.
Gathered. I said gathered, didn't I?
Try that on your list, Mr. Adams. How about this one? A flea. Mr. Young.
Here comes the happy bounding flea. You cannot tell the he from she.
By Roland Young.
By Roland Young.
All right, Mr. Young, I think that's one of your little masterpieces. Are there 2 more lines to it, as I recollect?
Yes.
You cannot tell the he. The sexes look alike, you see, but she can tell and so can he.
Ah, yes, that's very sly of you. Mr. Adams?
The wicked flee when no man pursueth.
I see that Mr. Taylor has excited you.
Whom no man pursueth.
Remember Mr. Kieran, you remember the quatrain from Jonathan Swift about fleas?
So on ad infinitum, you
yes,
mean?
you
Had
remember?
smaller fleas to bite him?
That's the one. Remember that? Naturalists observe a flea hath smaller fleas that on him prey, and these have smaller still to bite him, and so proceed ad infinitum. Now, how about an ant? And Mr. Adams, just to head you off, I'm going to insist on spelling this A-N-T. None of your nonsense, Mr. Adams.
Go to the ant, thou sluggard.
Thank
Consider
you.
her ways and be wise.
Very good, Mr. Adams. Mr. Young, how about another?
Oh, see the busy little ants. They wear no petticoats, no pants.
And Mr. Young, isn't that the work of your fertile brain?
What?
That, too, is the work of your fertile brain?
Yes.
From the book called Not for Children.
And a very good book, too.
Now out of print.
Or Young's Night Thoughts.
How about this, gentlemen, from Mrs. Miriam Eckstein of Trenton, New Jersey. If you were served foods that are prepared with the following ingredients, what would you be eating? Here is the first set of ingredients: a half a pound of raw ground meat, 1 raw egg, chopped onion, 2 pieces of bread. What is it? Mr. Taylor.
A tartar steak.
A tartar steak. Mr. Adams.
Steak tartare if it costs over $1.
Yes. It's funny that it costs so much more if you just put the adjective at the end. Here's another set of ingredients: 1 cup of cooked meat, chopped, 2 potatoes, chopped, half teaspoon of salt and pepper. Makes
Mess,
what?
whatever it is.
What does it make, Mr. Taylor?
Very unpalatable.
Oh, heavens, no.
Roast beef hash.
No. What did you say, Mr. Adams?
Hash.
Yes, hash.
Oh.
That is a hash nature or
I was
simple.
right.
Yes. Usually hash has a few other ingredients, but we don't mention them on this program. Now, here is another. 1/4 of a cup of cocoa, a cup of sugar. Oh, that's bad. 1/4 of a cup of hot water, a teaspoonful of vanilla, and a quart of cream. What do you get? You sure, Mr. Taylor?
I think so.
What is it?
I think I get fudge.
Oh, nonsense. You don't get fudge at all.
I don't like it. I just said I got it.
You put a quart of cream in fudge? Wouldn't it be kind of gooey?
Well, all right.
If you put a quart of cream in fudge, you could float
Well,
things in.
substitute butter.
Oh, but not. You can't substitute on this program. No, it's
1 quart of cream?
1 quart of cream, Mr. Adams.
I think that'd probably make a gallon of ice cream.
Chocolate ice cream. Yes, quite right. You came in just a little late, Mr. Adams. However, we got 2 out of 3 on that. How about this? This is from Elliot P. Corbin of Metuchen, New Jersey. In what play or novel does a Viennese pose as a Russian? There are going to be 4 of these. A Viennese pose as a Russian. Mr. Taylor.
The Guardsman.
In The Guardsman, that's right. The actor disguises himself as a Cossack prince, I think.
Yes.
Quite right. Now, in what play or novel does an American pose as a Russian? This might be either male or female. I don't mean that exactly. I mean it is either male or female. Mr. Taylor?
Oh, I'm just thinking.
Oh, that's what you were doing.
Yes, that
I
was
couldn't
a-
decipher it from your expression.
No, that
It's in the play Idiot's Delight by Robert Sherwood. Irina, who is an American girl, poses as a Russian princess. Remember it now, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Young, gentlemen?
Yes. Oh, distinct.
One
Right,
wrong.
She came from Kansas City.
That's the one. That's right. Now, how about this? In what novel does an Englishman pose as a French woman? An Englishman pose as a French woman. Mr. Kieran.
Scarlet Pimpernel?
In The Scarlet Pimpernel. That's quite right, yes. What is the disguise, remember?
Well, no, I've forgotten, really.
Well, it's a sort of an old hag. She's
In a cart.
Yes, in a covered cart. That's right. In what novel does an Englishman pose as a Frenchman? An Englishman pose as a Frenchman. We must get this right or lose a $50 war bond to Mr. Corbin, who is jumping up and down with excitement at the moment. Well, it's in
hearts are
Tale
going-
of
Tale of Two Cities.
Yes, but you heard me, didn't you, Mr. Adams?
No, I didn't, but I hadn't read it, and I knew that it was something like that, because my boys have to write compositions on it.
You
all
want me
the
to
time.
count that wrong or right? No, I think you didn't get that.
I
did you?
think he ought to get the dough.
All right, $50 war bond for Mr. Corbin and a set of the Britannica. How about this? Mrs. Carl Bonds of Washington, D.C. sends this one in. This is a very simple musical question, gentlemen. Quote a line of poetry which mentions the flower that is suggested by each of these musical selections that you're going to hear. There are going to be 3 of them. We have to get 2 out of 3. Let's have the first. Mr. Kahn? Mr. Taylor had his hand up at once. Mr. Taylor?
To a Wild Rose by Edward McDowell.
Now, we have to have a line of poetry involving the rose, Mr. Taylor. That's
line
the
of
assignment.
poetry?
A line of poetry. You didn't listen.
Any rose?
Certainly not.
Any rose, yes.
Oh, my love's like the red, red rose.
That's a very good one.
Which isn't wild.
It doesn't have to be
You
a
don't
one.
know her.
Mr. Kieran?
Well, I sometimes think that never blows so red the rose from the Omar.
From
Khayyam.
Omar Khayyam, yes. Any of those
Rose
would
by
do.
any other name.
That's a very good one, Mr. Young. A rose by any other name. Or
Rose O'Day.
Or Rose O'Day, yeah. All right, how about the next selection? Now, remember, you have to not only identify it, but give us a line of poetry using the same flower in the title. Right, Mr. Kahn? Is that selection familiar to any of you gentlemen? Mr. Adams, not familiar? Mr. Taylor, does it come back to you with
I
a...
wish Levant were here.
Yes,
He wouldn't know it.
Yeah, he probably would know it.
He would.
Yeah, I think so. It's Mozart's Das Veilchen, the
Oh,
violet.
the viol. I never did like
Well,
it.
now I'm going to
Yeah.
count you wrong on that, but give me a line of poetry with the word viol in it. Surely.
Every morning I bring the violets.
Yes. all
By
right.
a mossy stone,
yes.
half hidden from the eye.
Yes, the well-known mossy stone violet. Mr. Kieran, have any other?
The forward violet, thus did I chide.
Oh, that's a pretty one. What's it from?
Shakespeare.
Okay. Why should you think that I should know that, Mr. Kieran?
One
And
of the
now,
sonnets.
the third and last. Does the melody ring a bell in that brain of yours, Mr. Taylor?
I'll not have my brain bandied about like this. Yes,
Well-
it rings a bell, but a very cracked one.
Very small one. Well, it's a song called Janine, I Dream of Lilac Time.
Oh, I'm glad I didn't know that.
You don't know that one? And how
No,
about
I'm
giving us
proud.
Mr. Kieran, how about...
When lilacs last in the dooryard.
Yes, Mr. Adams, you have
Or
another one?
Q and lilac time.
Yes, or Mighty Lilac or Rose. Any one of those would do. Well, we got 2 wrong on that. That sends a $50 war bond to Mrs. Barnes and a set of the encyclopedia. I'm lucky to get away with that one. How about this from Miss Edna West of Austin, Texas? Get 2 out of 3. Gentlemen, you're to imagine that you find yourself in England short of certain articles of clothing. And you enter a shop and you ask for the following articles of clothing. Suspenders, a vest, and knickers. If you put them on, what would you be wearing? Mr. Adams?
You'd be wearing braces.
You'd be wearing what? Now, you are an American, Mr. Adams.
Oh, yes.
And you go in, and in your funny American way, you ask for suspenders, a vest, and knickers. And you put them on. That's the funny part. And what are you wearing? Mr. Taylor?
I see.
Has it come to you?
I think I know what you'd be wearing if you wore knickers.
What would you be wearing?
Can I say on the air?
Yeah, I'm afraid you have to.
Well, you'd be a gentleman, wouldn't you?
Well, in a small way.
Well, you wouldn't be wearing, you'd be wearing ladies' clothes. You wear knickers.
Well, yes, but that's rather vague. Even I know that ladies have more than one kind of clothes. What sort of clothes would they be?
Underclothes.
No.
Yes, they would.
No.
Air warden clothes or something like that.
No. Now, knickers, if you asked for knickers in London, you would get a pair of bloomers. Now, bloomers
Well,
are not...
what I said.
No, they're sort of semi-underclothes. Underneath bloomers, there are sometimes
Not
even
anymore.
more clothes.
Not
No.
anymore.
I don't think that's right.
You don't think so, Mr. Young?
No, not necessary.
What would you get if you asked for knickers?
Well, you might get knickerbockers.
Say, that's a mess. If you asked for knickers, you'd get knickers?
Shorts.
Yes.
That's very confusing. I thought you would have to ask for plus fours if you wanted
No.
to. You wouldn't?
Oh, no. I used to wear knickerbockers long before plus fours were mentioned.
Well, this
No.
is a very old question. It was made up in
You better stay
1921.
home, kid.
That still leaves us with vests and suspenders. Now, if you asked for a vest, what would you get? Mr. Young?
Get an undershirt.
You'd get an undershirt, yes. What should you ask for if you're in London and you wanted a vest?
A waistcoat.
A waistcoat, Mr. Adams, quite right. How do you spell waistcoat, Mr. Adams?
Weskit.
In Pickwick, it is. How about suspenders? Now, if you asked for suspenders, what would you get?
Garters.
You would get garters, Mr. Young, yes. What are suspenders in England? What are
Braces.
Braces, yes. Well, that gives us at least 2 out of 3. And I'll take up that bloomer question with you after the program, Mr. Taylor.
How about I got witnesses.
From Nancy Gaines of Buffalo. Here, gentlemen, is a menu from Gilbert and Sullivan. Name the operetta in which each course is found. Now, the first course is a rather tough worm, sort of hors d'oeuvre. Mr. Kieran.
That was served to the Dicky Bird, Titwillow.
Yes, in
It
what?
sang Titwillow.
Yes, in which operetta is that?
Mikado.
In the Mikado, yes, quite right.
Thank you.
How about mixed pickles?
You were going to say that.
Mixed pickles? In what operetta would you find mixed pickles served to you? Mr. Kieran?
I think that is in HMS Pinafore.
No, sorry.
Oh,
Well,
no.
so am I.
Oh, I'm sorry it isn't.
Might be in Princess Ida, but I don't know. I don't know where.
No, it is from Iolanthe. It's the Lord Chancellor who sings the song When You're Lying Awake with a Dismal Headache and so forth.
Oh, I never
Remember it? First your counterpane goes and uncovers your toes and your sheet slips demurely from under you. Then the blanketing tickles. You feel like mixed pickles. Does that come back to you at all, Mr. Adams?
I never listened up to that part.
Just the first 3 lines, eh? Well, that gives us 1 wrong. How about this? Bottled beer and chops. You'd find that course in what operetta? Bottled beer and chops. Mr. Taylor?
I'm a little intimidated now, but I'm pretty sure that Little Buttercup cup
In,
sold those in Pinafore.
no, it is in
Not
Pitt.
bottled beer.
It's not
No,
Pinafore.
no.
Can't we work Pinafore into this at all?
No, not unless I continue with this question for another 10 minutes. Patience it is. Conceive me, if you can, an everyday young man who is fond of his dinner and doesn't get thinner on bottled beer and chops. Am I wrong, Mr. Taylor? Apparently
I'm sure.
That's it. That sends a $50 war bond to Miss Gaines and a set of the Britannica. And I must say that you are making up for last week, gentlemen.
Prodigal, let's see.
Now, so far, Lucky Strike has paid out 3 of these $50 war bonds and 3 sets of the Britannica. And now Mr. Cross points out that procrastination, the thief of time, is also robbing many people of smoking enjoyment.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps you've been intending to try Lucky's, but then you keep putting it off. If so, you may be missing something. For make no mistake, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. Better tobacco means more mildness, better taste, a finer cigarette all round. And smokers, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. At market after market, year after year, we consistently pay the price to get the better quality leaf. For example, in Greenville, Tennessee, at auctions of the 1939 crop, the American Tobacco Company paid 26% more for the tobacco it bought for its cigarettes and other tobacco products. Yes, 26% above the average market price published by the United States Department of Agriculture. And that crop, properly aged, mellowed, and blended with other fine crops, is in the Luckies you buy today. Mr. Fadiman, don't these facts call for action now?
Timely is the word for them, Mr. Cross. And you said your say in just 56 seconds. You know, Mr. Taylor, I'm still worried about those bloomers. Aren't those the things that women wear when they're playing basketball? Aren't those bloomers?
No, they wear shorts now.
Oh, all right. I give up then. I just don't know. I just can't keep up with things. How about this
You
one?
don't study the picture magazine.
This is from Charles Nordland, Jr. of Philadelphia. This is about reformed characters in literature. Why did these characters reform? Mrs. Cheney. Why did Mrs. Cheney reform? Mr. Young.
Love.
Ah, yes, how beautifully you say that, Mr. Young. What was the situation there, briefly? Do you remember it at all?
Not very well, except
Roland was a romantic duke, wasn't he?
I've forgotten. Does she win out at the end?
She gives it all up at the end because she fell in love with me.
Oh, Mr. Young.
As luck would have it.
Luck would have it.
A historical instance of miscasting.
I should like to remind you, Mr. Young, that all the plugs on this program are by Mr. Milton Cross. That's correct. Mrs. Cheney, in The Last of Mrs. Cheney, Mr. Lonsdale's play, reformed for love, and she proved her regeneration by tearing up money that she had received as a bribe. Does that come back to you now, Mr. Young? How about this? Soapy reformed for what reason? Gosh, first you have to know who Soapy is.
Soapy?
Soapy, S-O-A-P-Y.
Soapy.
Does that make it clearer, Mr.
You
Taylor?
don't mean Soapy Sam Wilberforce.
No, I don't. He never reformed.
That's
Soapy
right.
Sam Wilberforce. Soapy is a character in one of the stories of O. Henry, in The Cop and the Anthem. Does that recall the... Does that... Well, Soapy is a tramp, and he listens to church music, and the sound fills him with remorse and a desire to reform. It's at that point that a cop comes along and arrests him for loitering and sends him over to the island for a year. Did that come back to you now, Mr. Kieran? Very good story. Got it wrong, too. No. How about Jean Valjean? He reforms for what reason, Mr. Kieran?
Because Bishop Myriel convinces him that it's better to be a good man than a bad man.
Yes, that's quite right. How about this question? This comes from Belle R. Whitkin of Springfield, Massachusetts. It's another musical question, gentlemen, which I hope you'll do better on. Each of these selections accompanies the description of a journey. What places are mentioned? Get 2 out of 3, and let's have the first, Mr. Kahn. Mr. Adams?
The places mentioned are Alabama and Louisiana.
Yes, which is
I come from Alabama, my true love for to see.
I think you got your states mixed up. He comes from Alabama with his banjo on his knee, and he's going to Louisiana.
His true love for to see.
That's right, yes. The love is in Louisiana. It's only fair to the inhabitants of Louisiana to make that clear. Now, the second...
Her name happens to be Susanna, something I don't know what.
Oh, Susanna.
Just O. Period
As
Susanna.
in O. Henry.
Susanna must be your last name.
What is?
Mr. Kahn? Mr. Kieran?
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli.
Yes.
U.S. Marines.
You bet. The Marines Hymn by Phillips. Now the third and last, Mr. Kahn. What places are mentioned in the course of the journey described in this lovely song?
Is there a city called Knee Pants?
Knee Pants?
That's where you live.
No,
That's where she lived. That's where he lived.
No, not Knee Pants.
Knee Pants, Alabama.
Oh, come. There's no such place as Knee Pants, Alabama, Mr. Adams. Mr. Taylor?
I don't take with this popular.
Oh, now, come. It's one of the best popular songs written in the last couple of years.
I know.
And the words are good, too.
Yes.
And you don't know
About the mother's
them,
advice.
Pardon?
It's about the mother's advice, but where it was given.
Yes, you remember the moral, but your geography is weak. From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe, wherever the four winds blow, that does not come back.
Oh, I heard a man answer that on a quiz question last night.
Only you don't retain for 24 hours, do you, Mr. Taylor? Still, you got 2 out of 3 on that. How about this one? From Alice M. McLean of Briarwood, Long Island. What unusual power was possessed by the following people? Get 2 out of 3. The first is Sam Small. An unusual power possessed by Sam Small. Mr. Adams?
Flying in the air.
Yes, who was Sam Small?
Sam Small is, as Mr. Eric Knight said, a generic term. But Sam Small was a flying Yorkshireman.
Yes, in the famous stories by Mr. Knight. How about Clark Kent? Clark Kent.
In the comic strip, pardon.
Why, Mr. Young, you're the first man we've had on this program who ever read comic strips. I'm very glad. Who is Mr. Clark Kent?
Well, he changes into Superman.
Yes, that's right.
Has infinite power of every kind.
Yes, he can do practically anything.
Yes.
That's right. When he is merely Clark Kent, he is what?
He's a reporter. A newspaper.
Yes, a simple newspaper man. Just tell that to Mr. Adams, Mr. Kieran, will you? I understand there's been a lot of trouble lately about Superman because the boys and girls who listen have written in to ask why he hasn't joined the army and cleaned up the Japs and the Germans. That's true. Did you know that, Mr. Adams?
No.
Well, he's working on a Japanese spy now, I think.
No, I understood that in one sequence, it was made clear that Mr. Kent, or rather Superman, has X-ray eyes. He can't see things, but he can only see through them, so they turned him down on a kind of eye trouble, and he couldn't get through. How about Rima? What unusual power was possessed by Rima, Mr. Kieran?
Well, Rima was the girl, of course, in Green Pastures. She could...
Not Green Pastures.
The Green Mansion.
Yes.
Green Mansion by W.H. Hudson.
Yes.
And she could... she could make herself practically invisible and also climb, run all over trees and bound from limb to limb like a bird.
She could chirp like a bird.
Yes,
too.
she could talk to birds.
That's right.
Yes, which is Mr. Kieran can do that practically. How about this one, which is off the record, gentlemen? Whether you get this right or wrong doesn't matter. What unusual power is possessed by George McWhirter Fotheringay? George McWhirter Fotheringay. Mr. Young, I see you trembling.
The light of intelligence.
Mr. Young.
Yes. He was given... It was in Wells's book, The Man Who Could Work Miracles.
That's right, yes.
And he was given power by some divinity up above to do stop the motion of the earth.
Yes, that's quite right. It comes back to you with difficulty, considering that you acted the part, Mr. Young. Well, that's all right. Now, well, we got 4 out of 4 on that. How about this one? This comes from Lloyd Went of Chicago. We ought to get all on this. There are 2 parts. Now, follow this carefully, gentlemen. In a report from the scene of battle, a reporter describes a United States task force as made up in part of the following ships: the Rhode Island, the Boston, the Valley Forge, the Neptune. First, what type of ship is indicated by each of these names? I'll repeat them because to make it easier. The Rhode Island would be what type of ship, Mr. Kieran?
All battleships are named after states.
Yes, that's quite right. Therefore, the Rhode Island would be a battleship. Now, the next ship is the Boston, making up a part of this task force, Mr. Taylor.
That would be a cruiser.
That would be a cruiser named after
cities.
Named after American cities.
Like the Marblehead.
Like the Marblehead. And the Valley Forge? The Valley Forge would be what? That's not quite so easy. Mr. Young?
No, not a destroyer.
No, not a destroyer.
Destroyers are named after deceased naval heroes.
Now, how about the Valley Forge?
Couldn't we come back to that?
Might be a tender or something
No,
like that.
it's an aircraft carrier.
Valley Forge?
Valley Forge. I
Okay, no.
imagine aircraft carriers perhaps named after events or names famous in our history. How about the Neptune? The Neptune.
That would be a...
Mr. Taylor?
I think that would be a submarine.
Sounds like a submarine.
No.
No.
Fish.
Oh, yes.
They're named after fish, and I don't think a submarine would be part of a task force. I know very little of
Well, I mean,
naval matters.
Depends on who made it up.
No, the Neptune would be a repair ship, and that would have to go along in case it needed repairs. Now, we got 2 wrong under that, so I'll call that part of the question wrong. How about this? What type of ship did the reporter probably leave out? We've had battleship, cruiser, aircraft carrier, repair ship. Mr. Kieran.
He left out a destroyer.
He left out a destroyer. And as you said, Mr. Kieran, those are
Destroyers
names...
are all named after naval heroes, and they have a brass plate with his name on the ship.
That's quite right. Now, if we had gotten 100% on that, I would have passed you, gentlemen, but I'm afraid that getting the Valley Forge and the Neptune wrong will send a $50 war bond to Mr. Wendt and a set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. And now Mr. Cross, who is perhaps thinking in terms of golf this nice weekend, draws a little parallel between golf pros and tobacco pros.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, to improve your game in golf, you'd certainly take the advice of the professionals, wouldn't you? And you know, in smoking, too, you gain by taking a tip from the pros, the independent tobacco auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen who earn their living in buying, selling, and handling the leaf. At markets all over the South, these experts see just who buys what tobacco. Yes, year after year, they see the makers of Lucky's consistently pay the price to get the finer, milder leaf. For example, in Conway, South Carolina, at auctions of the 1939 crop, we paid 35% more than the average market price published by the United States Department of Agriculture. At Moultrie, Georgia, 47% more, and so on. And that fine tobacco, properly aged, mellowed, and blended with other fine crops, is in the Luckies you buy today. No wonder that with independent experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Luckies 2 to 1. Smokers, you know that in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. Yes, you know that better tobacco means a better smoke. So why not profit by the experience of the men who know tobacco from A to Z? Smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Morgenthau of the Treasury Department has made 4 new friends this evening. I can see that because we have paid out 4 $50 war bonds and 4 sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica. You'll get your citations tomorrow from the Treasury Department, gentlemen. And thank you, Mr. Young and Mr. Taylor, for coming tonight. Next week, Mr. Kieran, Mr. Levant, and Mr. Adams will be on deck. And as our guest, the well-known foreign correspondent and author of the best-selling book, People Under Hitler, Mr. Wallace R. Dewell. Remember, listeners, for every question that's answered correctly, the sender gets $10 in war stamps. And for every question that stumps our board, and as you see, it can happen, you get a total of a $50 war bond plus the complete 24-volume set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Remember to send your letters with questions and the correct answers to Information, please, at 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. And now a parting message from Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs, famous tobacco auctioneer from Goldsboro, North Carolina.
That chant, ladies and gentlemen, is your reminder to smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. For these independent experts know Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. At market after market, they see us pay the price to get the milder, better-tasting tobacco. That's why, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2 to 1.
This program came from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Pine City! Well, Silver! Forward!
big white stallion came to a halt at the top of a hill. The man in the saddle was masked. He looked toward the west against the setting sun, and for a moment watched the approach of a distant rider. Then, apparently satisfied, he was about to speak to the white horse. But he hesitated, looked at the approaching horseman again, and said,
"It's Tonto, all right, Silver. But he's riding hard. He wouldn't push Scout at that pace unless he'd found a critical situation. Come on, big fellow. We'll ride to meet him. Come on, Silver."
The Lone Ranger knew that trouble was waiting in the west. He had a fair idea of the sort of trouble, but he couldn't imagine the need for such haste as the approaching Indian indicated. The two riders met.
Oh, Silver, steady, boy, steady. Talk fast, Tonto.
Maybe better talk while we ride. Plenty trouble in west.
Tell me now, did you find out about the 3 Barkley brothers in Pine City?
Those fellas plenty bad. Barkley brothers got everyone afraid.
Just as we heard.
Many ranchers already leave. Others plan to go soon.
The Barkleys are crooked.
That's right.
The law is helpless.
But you go there. You stop at cabin near Forkin River. That's where you go first.
What'll I find there?
Woman and little fella. Both need help. Plenty bad. Me follow.
Right. Don't try to keep up with Silver. Scout's already had a hard run.
Me see you in Pine City by and by?
Yes. Come on, Silver.
The cabin by the river's fork was a scene of poverty. Cephas Gilroy lived there, and the tired, hungry man had reached the end of all hope.
Bessie, I've stood all I can stand. Our boy is so sick for lack of food that he can't hardly speak. Can't get out of bed, he's so weak.
But there's nothing we can do, Cephas. There's nothing.
There is. I've been beat down by the Barkleys until I most forgot that I was a man. But I'm hanged if I'll stand by and see you and Billy starve.
Cephas, what are you going to do?
Never mind what.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait, Cephas, don't take the gun. Please stay here.
I'll be back.
Oh, in the name of mercy, don't do it. I know what you're thinking of.
Barkleys broke us, Bessie, and they're going to pay for it. When I come back here, I'll have food.
No.
Let go of me.
Oh, they'll kill you. You can't defy the 3 Barkleys and get away with it, Cephas. They'll kill you as easy as they steal the cattle they want.
I'll come back with food, or I won't come back.
Oh, he won't come back. He can't come back. Oh, they'll kill him if he threatens them.
Mommy.
Oh, Billy, lad. Oh, you've been sleeping, honey. Oh, that'll make you feel ever so much better.
I wasn't sleeping. I can't sleep. It's so hot here.
Oh, dear, now, dearest. The sun will be gone in a few minutes. Then it'll be cooler.
Mommy, I hear a horse. When can I ride a horse?
Just as soon as you get strong again. Daddy's going to fix everything.
No, he isn't, Mommy.
Now, Billy.
Daddy's not coming back. You said so.
Oh, Billy, you must have been dreaming that.
I heard you and Daddy talking.
I do declare. Sounds as if that horse has stopped right outside our door. Oh!
Very good friend sent me here, Mrs. Gilroy.
Oh, masked.
Where's your husband?
Oh, I can't tell you. Oh, please tell the Barkleys my little boy is ailing. Ask him in the name of mercy to send you here another time.
The Barkleys didn't send me. What's your name, soldier?
Billy.
I've got a horse outside that would like to see you. Have to fix it up someday, huh?
I like horses.
Mrs. Gilroy, would you come outside and take a look at my horse?
But I...
Go on, Mommy, so you can tell me about him.
Oh, all right. I'll be right back, Billy.
That boy has a fever. What's being done for him?
Oh, it's only that he's gone so long without food.
It's more than that. There's some medicine here. See that he gets it right away.
Oh, you're helping us? Us?
I came here to find out about the Barkleys. I've heard of the way they've driven people away from the region, stolen cattle, ruined lives.
Oh, you mean you're not working for the Barkley brothers?
No. Here's the medicine. Put as much as a teaspoon will hold in a glass of water and keep that boy as cool as you can. Cloth dipped in cool water on his head will make him more comfortable. I'll be back as soon as I find your husband. In the meantime, my friend will be here. He's an Indian, and his name is Tonto. Trust him.
Oh, there's something about the way you talk. I feel I can trust you in spite of the mask.
Where is your husband, Mrs. Gilroy?
Oh, that's right. He went to find the Barkley brothers. He's going to demand a showdown. He'll be shot for sure. Oh, he went into town. Oh, mister, make him come back. He can't fight the Barkleys.
Gilroy went alone to meet the Barkleys?
Yes.
Steady, big fella. Hope we can be in time. Come on, Silver.
In town, the three Barkley brothers were in the cafe where they spent most of their time. Gilroy came in with a look of desperation on his face. He held his gun in readiness and...
Barkley. You, Mo Barkley.
Chief, it's Gilroy. Have you lost your senses?
Oh, I've come here for a showdown. I've stood all I can stand from you.
That's it, boys. Hang on to him.
Let me go. Let go, I tell you.
Grab his gun.
I'll knock it out of his hand.
There. That's the ticket, Jake.
Maybe I busted his arm. It'd serve him right. What's the matter with you, Gilroy?
Jake, you and Hank and Mo, all three of you Barkleys, listen to me. My boy's sick. He's real sick. Maybe I was crazy thinking I could outgun all three of you, but I've got to have some cash.
And earn it, the same as the rest of us.
You know better than that, Barkley. You got rich by robbing men like me. You saw to it that I didn't get a chance to earn a dime or save a penny. I'll do anything. Anything you want. If you'll just let me have a little food and cash enough to get a doctor and medicine.
We wouldn't have any money left if we tried to support everyone around here that's up against it.
But we wouldn't be up against it if it wasn't for you.
Hold your tongue. Next time I'll hit you harder.
Well, if you'd only tell the doctor, you wouldn't be sore at him for helping.
Now listen, Gilroy, you may as well know the truth. We don't want you or your kind around here. The sooner you savvy that and pull stakes, well, the better off you'll be.
But
Or starve. We don't care which. Maybe we ought to send you out of here as an example of what can happen to a man that comes gunning for us.
Yeah, maybe that's a good idea, Mo. I'll fix him.
You and Hank hold his arms. Keep him on his feet so he don't fall down. I'll fix him as an example.
Where's Mo Barkley?
Who said that?
I did.
Masked.
Great guns, Mo. An outlaw coming right in here with his mask on.
I'm not an outlaw. Which of you is Mo Barkley?
I am. What about it?
Hey, Mo, Jake, he left his horse outside the rail. It's a white horse. He called it Silver.
Silver?
That's it. This is a critter that's called the Lone Ranger.
That makes everything just perfect. I thought you'd be showing up around here, and I've been waiting for you.
Well, I'm here.
Lone Ranger. Oh, I wish Billy could know about this.
You two. Let Gilroy go.
Big talk, huh?
Let him go, Jake. I'll deal with the Lone Ranger myself. You and Hank keep out of this.
Now, Mo, be careful. He's lightning fast on the draw.
They tell me you never shoot to kill. I know. Don't know why everyone is so scared of you, then.
You talk, Barkley. Have your say. And I'll talk.
You come here figuring to put an end to the way me and my brothers run things, eh?
It's time you three went to jail.
Well, now you see we don't like jail, do we, boys?
Nope, it's not comfortable in jail.
What's more, it's only a matter of proving a charge. Hey, barkeep.
Yeah?
Set up a couple of drinks here. I'll have this big hombre drink with me.
You can give me a glass of water.
Don't touch liquor, eh? Well, mister, maybe you'll be more willing to do what I say before you leave here. I'd like a light for my cigar. You got a match?
Yes.
Well,
While I hold a light for your cigar, Mo, you'll have a good chance to get your gun out.
yeah, I will, won't I? Especially if I blow the smoke in your face. Maybe you're afraid to take that chance, huh?
Here's your light. Well, why don't you light the cigar?
All right. Hold a little higher.
How's this?
Right. Now,
Look out! Bust him up, Mo!
My wrist! Let go my wrist! Jake, Hank, make him let go!
Drop that gun!
You bust my wrist! Jake, Hank, make him let go!
Show him! Oh, my hand!
That does for your gun, Jake, and this is for you. You can join your brother in that corner, Mo.
Wow, his fist lands like a battering ram.
What about you, Hank? Come on, this is your fight, too.
Now, wait.
Draw your gun or put up your fists.
You're getting us off guard. This ain't fair.
I'll do the talking. Unless there's someone else around here with something to say. What about you, bartender?
No, this ain't no fair of mine.
Now you see why he never has to shoot to kill.
Gilroy, get back to your house. Tonto will tell you what to do.
Who?
My friend, an Indian named Tonto. He'll be at your home.
Yes, sir. I'll get right back there.
Hank, you get over in the corner with your brothers. Pick Jake up. You, barkeep. Where's that glass of water I asked for?
Here it is. Here's the whole pitcher full.
Thanks. Come on, Mo, wake up. We have some talking to do. Get up, Mo.
What hit me?
What's the matter with you, Hank? Get Jake on his feet.
I'll get square.
Get him up.
There.
Come on, Mo.
Oh, my jaw.
You three have been driving honest men out of this part of the county. You've stolen their cattle, gambled with marked cards, robbed and cheated in every way you could to break the men you wanted to get rid of.
Now, hold on. The sheriff will tell you there's nothing against us. You can't prove
You had
anything.
your chance to talk. Now it's my turn. Keep quiet.
We didn't steal no cattle. There's been rustlers working around here.
That's what I wanted to hear. Rustlers, huh?
Yeah.
That's right. Honest it is.
The Gilroy cattle, for example. Where is it now?
We don't know.
Gilroy blames us for stealing it. We didn't touch it.
Do you know who did?
No.
You got rich by honest business deals?
Sure we did.
Yeah, everyone hates us for being rich. They're always quick to blame us for everything that happens.
Gilroy's brand is the Bar C. A running iron could easily change that brand.
Hell, look. Maybe I was sort of fast talking when you come here, mister. I take back what I said. I never saw a man handle his fist like you do.
Or his guns.
Or us. We're not cattle thieves. You gotta believe that.
All of you men here, you heard what these Barclay brothers said. They don't know a thing about the Gilroy cattle that was stolen some time ago. I suppose none of you would dare speak up, even if you had proof that they were crooks. Well, I don't believe a word they say.
Now, look here,
Oh, Jake, Hank, the three of you, listen to me. If Gilroy's cattle isn't back by sunrise...
Back?
Sunrise?
Yes. If that cattle isn't back inside the Gilroy fences by sunrise, we'll meet again. Now, that isn't a threat. It's just a statement. Now, which one of you is going to try a shot at my back when I walk out that door?
Hank, you still got a gun.
Not me. For all of me, I won't take the chance.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When the Lone Ranger left the cafe and the Barclay brothers, he hurried to the Gilroy house, his mind filled with thoughts of the boy who was desperately ill, burning with fever. As he drew near, he could see Tonto and Cephas Gilroy standing at the door outside the house.
Oh, Silver, steady, boy, steady.
Tonto, have you seen the boy?
Me give him medicine. Fix cold cloth on his face.
What do you think?
Him plenty sick. Few hours. Tell story.
Oh, you can't leave me. Don't let Billy leave us, mister. There must be something to be done for him. If only I'd done better. Saw to it that he had good food.
Steady, Gilroy.
If he dies, I'll feel I'm to blame for it.
Don't feel that way.
He's too small. Too little to die. Well, he's hardly had a chance to live yet. He's been counting the days till he'd be big enough to have a horse, to ride like you.
Can anything be done right now, Tonto?
Mother, sing to him. Maybe put him to sleep. Rest helps plenty.
We came here to wait outside in the moonlight so as we wouldn't disturb him. Maybe he's still awake. He wanted to see you again. I told him you were the Lone Ranger.
Oh?
He's heard so many things about you.
Tonto, there isn't any more that you or Cephas can do here.
Not right.
You told Cephas we need the sheriff's help tonight, didn't you?
He told me, but I can't leave my boy now.
Cephas, you've got to fight.
I don't feel much like fighting with my boy and Bessie.
You're going to fight for justice. You, Tonto, the sheriff, and some deputies. Tonto knows the plan.
You not come?
No, Kimosabe. I want to stay with the boy. I think it's just a matter of hours.
No, don't say that.
Steady. In a few hours, the fever should break. That young lad's going to face a crisis, and I want to be with him.
There now, Sonny. You're going to be all right.
The Lone Ranger.
Here, I'll put another cool pack on his head.
I'm gonna ride with him, Mommy. He's gonna hold my hand so I won't fall.
He's a little fighter.
Oh, he doesn't even see you. He doesn't know you're here.
He still has his fight ahead of him. He'll be worse before he's better.
Oh, feel his hand. He's so warm.
Yes.
Daddy, white horse, silver.
Billy, we're going to fight together. Can you feel my hand? Hang on, lad.
It's a big white cloud. Mommy.
Oh, isn't there something I can do?
Get another cloth ready, cold water.
He's getting worse all the time.
He has to. The fever has to reach a peak.
Oh, then what?
And we're going to fight. We'll have help.
Help?
Yes, help.
While the Lone Ranger sat beside the boy whose face was hot, dry, and flushed with a raging fever, Cephas Gilroy rode with Tonto, the sheriff, and the sheriff's men.
All right, boys, rein up here. Steady. Right over there is the Box O Range.
That's where Barkley men sell stolen cattle.
I hope you're right, Tonto. If we're wrong on what the Lone Ranger says, I'll lose my sheriff's badge.
Lone Ranger, make plan.
I'll go along with you then. Hey, boys, you deputies.
Yeah.
What we're going to do tonight is sort of against the law. I figured that we're justified doing it for the things that'll come of it. And maybe we're wrong. Maybe the Lone Ranger's wrong.
I'll take that chance. Sure. Looks like some of my longhorns over yonder. I can see him in the moonlight.
We'll find out about it. The Box O is owned by Sam Grogan. I wouldn't put it past him to buy stolen cattle.
I see it all now. The Barkleys took a running iron and changed my brand. The Bar C into the Box O.
Yep.
We find that out while here last week.
We'll see how things turn out.
What are we to do, Sheriff?
We've got to move some of that cattle. Take the fence down, move the cattle, and put the fence back as it is. Then we've got to use a running iron on the Box O brand. That's the plan, isn't it, Tonto?
That's right.
Then hurry up and let's do it. I've got to get back home to my boy.
Come on, get up there. Come on.
The hours of the night dragged slowly while the masked man and the tortured mother sat at the side of Billy. The fever increased. The lad's breath was hot on the strong hand of the Lone Ranger. The feeble murmurs that came from the dry, parched lips were without connection.
White cloud. Horses. It's hot.
It's worse than ever.
You're going to get well, soldier. We're going to fight it out.
White cloud. I'm afraid.
There's nothing to be afraid of, Billy.
Don't let go of me.
We won't. You're not afraid. Nothing can hurt a brave fellow like you.
How to be that day.
Don't leave me alone.
You're not alone, Billy. Now rest. Quiet.
I shall fear no evil. For thou art with me.
Fight, Billy. Fight. Fight, son.
I don't see the cloud. The cloud is gone. There's a white horse. A Lone Ranger.
His voice is a little stronger.
Billy, can you hear me?
Daddy.
Your dad is the Lone Ranger tonight. He's riding with Tonto. He's riding to bring back what was taken from him. He's going...
What is it? What's happening?
Take this cloth. Dry towel. Let me have one.
Oh, yes. It's dry towel. But why are you...
Daddy. Riding.
Here, I'll wipe his forehead.
Oh, tell me.
Like Lone Ranger.
There.
Oh, another cold cloth.
No, wait. Wait, let me watch. Steady, Billy. You're going to ride with your dad. He's going to have a horse for you just as soon as you're strong again. Hang on to my hand, Billy. Tightly.
Your hand.
That's it. That's it, boy. Now take your mother's hand. Here. I've got to go and meet your daddy.
Leave?
Look at his forehead.
It's moist. What's that?
That's what we've prayed for. That's perspiration. He's met and passed the crisis.
Oh, you mean... Oh, tell me.
Billy isn't going to leave us. He's going to get well.
Oh, Oh, thank goodness.
I'll be back.
Oh, Billy. Billy, dearest, you're going to get well.
Mommy. That was the Lone Ranger.
In the hours that followed, the masked man's gentleness fell away, and he became the hard-fisted rider that was determined to rid the community of the scourge of the Barclays. He met Cephas Gilroy and the other riders herding cattle. He helped drive the stock into Gilroy's range. Then fast work by many hands with running branding irons filled the time until well past dawn.
I don't know how it's going to work out, but I'll do all I can.
We'll see, Sheriff. Gilroy come back from house now. Look, him come fast. Him look plenty happy.
If the rest of those brands changed over, we'll get visitors in a little while. If we don't, we'll hunt up the Barclays.
Hey, Sheriff! Sheriff! Tonto! All of you! My boy's getting well. He's going to be well again.
Well, I'm glad to hear. Hey, hold on. Look over yonder. Some riders heading this way.
Are they from the Boxo?
Yeah, sure enough. That's Sam Grogan in front. He's traced the cattle here. Now we're in for it, boys.
Sheriff, take your men and get into town. You know what to do.
But you may need help.
We'll not need your help here. Hurry, get going. Don't let Grogan see you here.
Mount up, boys. Hit for town. Come on, get up.
Now, Cephas, be sure Grogan sees the brands we just fixed.
Right.
I'll talk to Grogan. When he leaves here, his next stop will be the Barclay brothers' house in town. That's where we'll have the showdown that will clean up this town.
Barclay brothers, still aching mentally and physically from the beating of the night before, were at breakfast.
I'll get that Lone Ranger if it's the last thing to do.
Yeah, I'd like to have had a crack at him last night.
I was likely expecting it then. We'll get him when he don't expect it.
And you don't think we should worry about that warning he gave us?
Let him try anything. I'd just like another chance at him. Got me off guard last night. Hey, Sam Grogan.
You bet it is.
Sam, put down that gun.
Well, when I get what I came for, you double-crossing polecats. You, Mo Barkley.
Hey, Sam, what's get into you?
I heard what took place last night. The Lone Ranger laid into the three of you for keeps. He scared the living daylights out of you.
He never did.
Sam, put down the gun.
Shut up, Jake. I'll deal with Mo the same as before. I heard what the Lone Ranger said. You was to get the cattle back to Cephas Gilroy or get out of town.
What about it?
You didn't get. You're still here.
Don't tell me you're working for the Lone Ranger.
I'm working for myself, Sam Grogan. That's who I'm working for. I bought cattle from you, and I paid cash for it. I bought cattle that had the Box O brand on it. You told me the Box O was your own brand.
Sure.
I had plenty of suspicions, but I was getting the cattle for a third the proper price, so I wasn't going to ask too many questions. I know what that Box O brand means.
What's the matter anyway?
You took the Gilroy stock to Bar C. You took a running iron and made the line into a box, and the C into an O. You sold me Gilroy's cattle.
Is that what you're growling about?
Put down the gun and forget it. You know what kind of stock you was buying. That's why you got it so cheap.
I knew, yes, and I should have known that if you'd steal from Gilroy, you'd steal from me.
You're one of our friends. We don't want your kind to go broke, Sam.
Maybe not, but you'd rob me to save your necks. I heard what the Lone Ranger told you. Get back the Gilroy cattle, so you did it. I saw it this morning.
What? You saw it?
Right in the Gilroy fence. And that running iron of yours has gone to work again. The Box C brand was made into a double Box 8. I know the stock. I could see where the fresh branding had been done.
Here, look.
Oh, we never.
Oh, there's a mistake.
You bet there is.
The sheriff.
Close in, boys. Pete and Jim, the window's late. Come in that door. I'll go in this window.
Sheriff, what's this? What are you here for?
We came to hear what Sam Grogan had to say, and we heard a plenty. At last, we got evidence against you, Barclays.
Evidence?
And you too, Grogan. You can testify in court against him, or you can go on trial along with him as being a receiver of stolen cattle and aiding and abetting crooks and being an accessory after the fact. That's law.
It's a frame-up. We never stole Grogan's cattle.
Stole Gilroy's. I just took it back to him, with the Lone Ranger directing the procedure.
I see it now. It was a frame-up from the start. He knew he wouldn't return the cattle.
He figured that Grogan knew you as being yellow hounds, and that you stole it back. We got you, and at last there's evidence. Now, by Juniper, this town will be cleaned up. Billy Gilroy will be riding his own horse in a few weeks. And by that time, honest men will be in charge again. That's the way the Lone Ranger does things.
you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Mum. M-U-M. Mum is the word for charm. Yes, it's Dinah. Here's Dinah Shore, brought to you by Bristol Myers Company, with a suggestion that you make Mum your word for charm. And now, here she is, Dinah Shore.
Who wouldn't love you? Who wouldn't care? You're so enchanting, people must stare. You're the dream that dreamers want to dream about. You're the breath of spring that lovers get about, mad about. Who wouldn't love you? Who wouldn't buy the west side of heaven if you winked your eye? You're the answer to my every prayer, darling. Who wouldn't love you? Who wouldn't care? Who wouldn't love you? Who wouldn't buy the west side of heaven if you winked your eye? You're the answer to my every prayer, darling. Who wouldn't love you? Wonderful you. Who wouldn't care?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, Truman Bradley. Hiya, fellas. Well, fine.
Evening, Dinah. Well, what's the big news on the home front tonight?
Mostly news about new music for the girls and boys, Truman. You know, the other day, Bing Crosby invited me over to the Paramount lot to take a first glimpse of his new picture, Holiday Inn, with songs by Irving Berlin.
Oh, fine.
It was one of those previews for all the studio gang. And when we came out of the projection room, a certain song from the picture kept going over and over in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
I know when you fellas and girls hear it, you'll all rate it 4-0. It's called Be Careful, It's My Heart. And if I may, I'd like to sing it for you now. Be careful, it's my heart. It's not my watch you're holding, it's my heart. It's not the note I sent you that you quickly burned. It's not the book I lent you that you never returned. Remember, it's my heart. The heart with which so willingly I part, it's yours to take, to keep or break. But please, before you start, be careful. It's my heart.
You know something?
What?
Well, I took the liberty of asking you for this dance, but I'm afraid I didn't even catch your name when we were introduced.
Oh. Well, it's Anne Murphy.
Anne Murphy?
Mm-hmm.
That's a nice name.
Oh, there's nothing very unusual about it.
No, I guess not. I like it, though.
What's yours?
John Carter.
Oh, that's a nice name.
You think so? I'm glad. You know, it seems to me as though Miss Murphy and Mr. Carter ought to get to, well, know each other. Of course, I don't mean to rush you or anything, but I was wondering, Do you think you could spare an evening some night this week? Say, tomorrow night?
Well, this is a red-letter evening for Anne, in whose life red-letter evenings have been all too few. People always liked Anne, but until recently, she wasn't asked to parties very often. And when there was dancing, she sat out too many dances, alone. Then she made a simple, but as it turned out, a very important discovery. She discovered a surer way to banish undaintiness, the Mum way. Yes, that's M-U-M, Mum, the famous underarm deodorant cream. You see, Mum does not let you down. It safeguards the daintiness your bath gives you. Your bath, of course, takes care of the past. But then Mum protects your daintiness for hours after your bath. Or you can take only 30 seconds with Mum at any time, even after you're dressed. And it gives you the sure, dependable protection you need. And all the time, Mum is safe. It does not irritate your skin and does not injure the fabric of your loveliest dress. So no wonder a recent survey shows that more women and more men use Mum than any other preparation of its kind. Why don't you get a jar from your druggist tomorrow and discover this sure way, the Mum way, for yourself?
Hey, Truman.
Yes, Dinah?
Are you listening to that fine rhythm the maestro is making with at this moment?
Why, I sure am, Dinah. And you couldn't ask for a better setting for a song, huh?
You are right, because this song was inspired by an interesting and unusual person named Peck Kelly, a plenty solid piano man who's been playing down in Texas for years. The best orchestra leaders and biggest recording companies have offered him a lot of money to come and play for them, but Peck Kelly, well, Peck just won't have any truck with any of them. No, sir, he likes Texas, and he just wants to stay put and pound it out for coffee and cakes, and for the fun of it. Well, they couldn't get Peck to travel, so they did the next best thing. They sent him all around the world by way of a song that goes something like this. In a dinky honky-tonky village in Texas, there's a guy who plays the best piano by far. He can play piano any way that you like it, but the way he plays the best is A to the bar. When he plays, it's a ball. He's the daddy of them all. The people gather around when he gets on the stand, and when he plays, he gets a hand. The rhythm he beats puts the cats in a trance. Nobody there bothers to dance when he jams with a bass and guitar. They holler, beat me, daddy, A to the bar. Plink, plank, plink, plank, plink, plank, honking on the keys. Oh, riff, rap, riff, rap, riff, rap, riffing out with ease. When he jams with a bass and guitar, they holler, beat me, daddy, A to the bar. Plank, 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 honking out with ease. Riff, rap, riff, rap, riff, rap, riffing out with ease. When he jams with a bass and guitar, they holler, beat me, daddy, A to the bar. Our music man, Gordon Jenkins, with Charles Levere at the other piano, have been checking the ivories, and they're about ready to claim, quote, I've got rhythm. All right, fellas, count it out, and let's have the total. Rhythm and romance usually make a pretty good combination. So if you could supply a little more of the former, I'll see what I can do about adding a little of the latter in the form of 1 dozen roses.
in a little flower shop just east of old Broadway, rushed a lad who only had time enough to say, give me 1,000 roses, put my heart in beside them, send them to the one I love. She'll be glad to receive them, and I know she'll believe them. That's something we've been talking of. There may be orange blossoms later, kind of think that there will, 'cause she's done something to me, and my heart won't stand still. Give me 1,000 roses, put my heart beside them, send them to the one I love. 1,000 roses, 1,000 roses, 1,000 roses for the one I love.
It's Mail Call with Dinah Shore's performance of the Song of the Week, requested for special delivery to the men in service.
Well, it's Friday again, and that means that a lot of the fellas everywhere are looking forward to a weekend leave. And I know for some of them, at least it means a quick trip home. Maybe that explains why the song mentioned this week by so many of the girls is an old favorite I'm sure you'll all remember.
Time on my hands, you in my arms, nothing but love in view. Then if you fall once and for all, I'll see my dreams come true. Moments to spare for someone you care for, one love affair for two. While I have time on my hands and you in my arms and love in my heart for you. Dip your pen in sunshine, drop the boys a line, tell them everybody's feeling fine, fine, fine. Let's do it, girls, right now while we're thinking about it. You can buy him a whole lot of pleasure with just a 3-cent stamp. And after you've written to him, if you have time, drop me a line and let me know what you'd like the boys to hear. My address is Dinah Shore, Blue Network, Hollywood.
Right, Dinah? And before you come back to the microphone, I have a reminder for our listeners. Won't you remember to make Mum your word for charm? Get a jar of Mum. That's M-U-M, Mum, from your druggist tomorrow.
This is Dinah Shore saying good night. Good night to all you men in the service from us girls you left behind. Good night, fellas. Night, girls. Night, everybody.
Remember, next Friday night, Dinah Shore, same station. Truman Bradley speaking.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the Blue Network.
For the top tunes on your Red Hot and Blue Tune Parade, it's Sound Off. Well, greetings, gang. Step right up and help us unravel a few naughty sharps and flats on your favorite Ford. This is Boots Barnett in the driver's seat to sound off with the tunes and songs you order to hear. Yes, every order is a hunk of honey. They won the money. New stuff, medium stuff, and a few bars scraped off the bottom of our pot of hot comprise the bill of fare. Witness number 4 on your favorite Ford. The orders flew in thick and fast from Trinidad for a brand new concoction, and I'm sure you like it. The tune, Nottoway Road, and the voices of Jumpin' Johnny Mercer and the Pied Pipers.
Ploddin', ploddin', old Betsy's head keeps a noddin', noddin'. Old Betsy's hoofs are a-kicking up the dust along the road, hauling a load down the Nottoway Road.
Creakin', creakin', old wagon wheels keep a squeakin', squeakin'.
Thrown in a tune while the crickets sing their song. Go long, hauling a load down the Nottoway Road.
Gotta get a load of hay to town. Hurry back before the sun goes down.
Smoke in the chimney as we climb the hill.
Round evening time, round evening time.
Old Betsy hurries, going past the mill.
Round evening time, round evening time.
I can hear the dogs bark as I open up the gate. Ain't missed meeting me yet. And the lights through the dark say you'd better not be late.
Supper table is set.
Night is creeping, creeping. I'll bet old Betsy is sleeping, sleeping. Dreaming away of another dusty day to toil away, hauling a load down the Nottoway Road, hauling a load down the Nottoway Road.
Now we're underway and the joint will swing and sway. Number 2 on your Red Hot and Blue Tune Parade. Not only were the orders very complimentary, but brethren, they were numerous, thanks to the fellas in India. One of the best ballads among the current crop of cantatas, our Nugget Shop recommends this batch of heartburn most heartily. Especially dig the choice voice registered solid by the one and only Ginny Sims. The tune, Suddenly It's Spring.
Is my heart dancing? Imagine dancing. You look at me and suddenly it's spring. Why do I keep sighing? Not sad, just sighing. I'm young and free, and suddenly it's spring. High on a hilltop, love is calling. Someone should wish me happy falling. No more young and free, and suddenly it's free.
High on the hilltop, love is calling.
Someone should wish me happy falling. No more being lonely, can I be lonely? You look at me and suddenly it's love I see. You look at me and suddenly it's
Boys and girls, maybe you have a favorite song or tune you'd like to hear on this Grand Slam Clam Bake. If so, all you have to do is send us the order. Every order is given special attention by the Treble Clef Chef. Mail or V-mail your letters to Sound Off, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And as a favor, would you tell us whether you hear this program by shortwave, longwave, or over your local station? Thanks, Yanks. Attention, men. We now present the Pewter Pin. The grand award for the nicest letter of the day goes to Private H. Band, APO 961. And a million thanks, Private Band. And here comes your Sound Off special, a frosty little thing called Solid Potato Salad. And the music of Skinny Ennis, and the voice belongs to Johnny Hamilton.
Some folks like their taters mayonnaise, some prefer French fries. But I like mine fixed with mayonnaise, coleslaw on the side. Solid potato salad, that's solid, solid jack. Solid potato salad, boy. Take my plate, fill it up, bring it right back. Solid potato salad, and let's have no yak-yak. Solid potato salad, boy. Take my plate, fill it up, bring it right back. The farmer said to the spud, your skin is looking pallid, so I'll dig you later, bud, for some solid potato salad. Solid potato salad, that's solid, solid jack. Solid potato salad, boy. Take my plate, fill it up, bring it right back. Said to the spud, your skin is looking kind of pallid, so I'll dig you later, bud, for some solid potato salad. Solid potato salad, that's solid, solid jack. Solid potato salad, boy. Take my plate and fill it up. I like it so much that I won't give up. Solid potato salad.
Ah, yes, beaten and served only the best, that's all. But now, back up and get a new start, because here we are right down the home stretch and face to face with a song that won top honors for this trip, #1 on your favorite 4. Why, we couldn't get all the orders through the door. They wanted some more. The disciples of the Reek Beat in North Africa bought out the house when they ordered the fine ditty, When They Ask About You. It's Hal McIntyre's band with Gloria Vann, your prima donna. #1.
so tired of staying in. My future doesn't look serene. 'Cause every time that I sit out, I wish that I stayed in. It's always the same routine when I go for a walk and meet old friends new. We sit around and talk, and they ask about you. What's the good if I say that you and I are through? I tell them you're okay when they ask about you. They wonder where we've been and why we never call. I take it on the chin until the teardrops fall. They don't mean to be smart, but if they only knew, they're stepping on my heart when they ask about you. When they ask about you. When they ask about you.
And there they are, gang. The 4 tunes you ordered on your Red, Hot, and Blue Tune Parade. And you know, every day, this old bounce barometer of ours changes according to your taste in popular music. So if you can, slip your order in the mail right now. It'll be filled faster than you can leap in a Jeep. And here's a big special invitation for you all to be around the next time we get in the saddle to sound off. Until we chop sticks together again, the best of the best to you all. This is Boots Barnett slipping the solid signature on another Sound Off produced for the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Another complete episode in the story of that resourceful soldier of fortune, Jungle Jim, based on the action pictures of the same name that you find only in the Comic Weekly. 17 million Americans, grown-ups and youngsters alike, look forward to Sunday morning, for Sunday morning means the Comic Weekly. Why don't you and your family enjoy the Comic Weekly this Sunday? You'll find page after page of full-color entertainment with such comic strip favorites as Flash Gordon, The Phantom, Prince Valiant, Tim Tyler, The Lone Ranger, and a whole host of others. Make the Comic Weekly your Sunday morning reading habit and start the week right. The Comic Weekly comes to you with the many great Hearst and other Sunday newspapers from coast to coast. Look for it this Sunday. And now, The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Jim and the faithful Kolu in New York are both anxious to return to the Far East they know so well. Jim realizes that 2 or 3 phone calls to government officials he has helped in the past will start him on his way. But he's too loyal an American to ask for any special favors. And then one evening, Major Lane of the Intelligence Division sent a terse invitation for Jim to visit him. Earlier that evening, 3,000 miles away in Hollywood, an insignificant chauffeur was hurrying down a mountain boulevard.
And here is a news bulletin that just came in. Hollywood. The chauffeur of Natasha Petrovna, glamorous Russian film star, met sudden death this evening while speeding to the studio to call for his beautiful employer. The chauffeur, whose name was Philip Dolan, was killed instantly when the powerful limousine went out of control and crashed down a mountainside. Miss Petrovna was so prostrated by news of the mishap that she could make no attempt to identify Dolan's body, which was almost unrecognizable. Identification was made by Miss Petrovna's husband, Hugo Himmel. Washington. Officials in the office of the Bureau of the Board of Investigation.
Well, there it is, Bradley. That's the announcement I've been waiting for.
I don't get it, Major Lane. You mean you already knew about this accident?
I've known about it for 2 hours. I've also known that it was no accident.
You fellows in the intelligence division certainly keep on your toes, Major.
We have to. The chauffeur was murdered, Bradley.
Murdered?
Yes. The FBI, the insurance company, and this department are all working together on it.
But murdered? They must have meant to kill Natasha Petrova. They must have thought she was in the car.
We don't think so. It was the chauffeur they wanted to get. Well, they got him.
But why, Major? Why would anyone want to kill an unimportant chauffeur?
Because he wasn't an unimportant chauffeur, Bradley.
Well, who was he then?
He was Derek Phillips, one of the smartest undercover men our government had. And get this, Bradley. When the police reached his body, they found it was full of machine gun bullets.
Machine? Poor devil.
Our orders were to keep the murder angle out of the press.
Naturally. Let the killers think they got away with it.
So far, we seem to have been able to do that.
But why did they kill him, Major? And even more important, who killed him?
Well, I have an idea that your own peculiar talents can help us find the answer to that question.
Any talents I have are at Uncle Sam's service, Major Lane. You know that, sir?
I do, Bradley. You've been of help to this department before, and that's why I sent for you.
Well, where do you think I should begin?
I think you should begin with this Russian movie star, Natasha Petrovna.
Swell, it'll be a pleasure.
No, don't be too sure. We've had our eye on Miss Petrovna for quite a while.
So have I. I've had my eye on her since her first picture.
Well, she may be lovely, but we're not at all sure just how pleasant her company will be to any loyal American.
Natasha Petrovna? Why, it doesn't seem possible.
Well, that's what we thought. But we know that a certain German health club on the West Coast was responsible for several sabotage incidents. And we also know that Miss Natasha Petrovna made at least 3 financial contributions to that same club. And big sums, too.
Well, have you got proof, Major?
Proof? Would you call canceled checks proof?
Nice girl, the Russian lady must be, huh?
Well, you'll be seeing for yourself soon enough, Bradley. You'll meet the lady tomorrow night.
Tomorrow? How come? She's in Hollywood.
No, right this minute, Natasha Petrovna and her, what do you call it? Her entourage. They're on their way to an army camp in Illinois.
What do I do, Major? Fly out?
Tonight, I hope. They're giving one of those big benefits of this camp, and Natasha Petrovna is one of the stars.
I see. And how do I get acquainted with her?
Well, you'll be introduced as a publicity man. I'll arrange it all. After that, you're on your own, Bradley.
I know. If I get in trouble, you can't help me. If I get caught, you never heard of me, like that poor chauffeur.
Exactly. Well, your plane leaves in 2 hours.
I'll be aboard. I think I'll take Colo with me, Major Lane.
Oh, by all means. Colo's a good man.
Yes, and I think Colo and I will keep traveling till we get back to where we belong. Back to the Far East.
I can't say I blame you, Jim. But remember, first you must take care of Natasha Petrovna.
Yes, Major. First we'll take care of Natasha Petrovna.
Soldier, gentlemen, like Russian woman, Tuan.
They sure do, Colo. That's the 3rd encore she's taken.
So much for your kind applause.
Kolu like Russian woman, too.
Take it easy, Colo. You may change your mind before we're through with this.
I only wish I could take each one of you.
Tuan Jim, you no like Russian woman?
She's a little too nervous for my taste, Colo.
Mem namore sempre ale con chinchop.
A woman in love is like a leaf in the wind, eh?
I love you all, and I'm with you all in spirit, always.
There's something on her mind, and it isn't just the soldier boys.
She's in love?
No, it's more than that. Wish I could figure it. Anyway, she couldn't be in love with that husband of hers.
No. Pygmy cannot hold giant.
Oh, he isn't exactly a pygmy, Colo. Even if he does only come to her shoulder.
Oh, thank you once again. Good night, and God bless you all.
Well, congratulations, Miss Petrovna. You certainly stopped the show.
Oh, I'm sure it's very kind of you to say so, Mr.
Bradley is the name. Bradley. Publicity, remember?
Oh, yes, of course. You told me before. Where is my husband, please?
Little man in dressing room.
I beg you.
Don't mind calling Miss Petrovna. He doesn't mean any harm.
No harm, Russian woman. Russian woman, good.
Why, thank you. Oh, but if you only knew.
Something troubling you, Miss Petrovna? Anything wrong?
No, nothing that you know anything about. It's because of that accident, my chauffeur, and all this traveling. Yes, that's all it is.
Well, sure, you must be all done in.
Yes, that's it. Done in. Now, if you'll excuse me.
We'll go along to the dressing room with you.
Oh, please, I hardly think that'll be necessary.
I got some publicity plans to talk over with you.
Oh, very well. I'm too tired to argue with you. But really, you know the studio attends to all my publicity.
Not this kind. Easy, Colonel.
You speak in riddles, both of you.
Whereabouts in Russia were you born, Miss Petrovna?
On the coast, Vladivostok.
Oh, that's so?
You know the city.
We have been there.
Oh, really?
Seems to me I've read that you started your acting career in Germany, Miss Petrovna.
Oh, yes, that's so. In Munich.
Munich, eh? That's where Mr. Hitler got his start.
Why'd you say that to me?
No reason. I was just wondering if you happen to have anything else in common with Mr. Hitler.
I? Oh, well, that's very funny. Gentlemen, this is my dressing room, please. Oh, really?
So here you are at last, Peter. What's the big joke, huh?
Oh, Hugo. Hugo, this is Mr.
Bradley. Bradley.
My husband, Herr Hugo Himmel.
At your service, sir. And now, what's so funny, Natasha?
Oh, nothing, Hugo. I told this gentleman that I began my career in Munich, and he wondered what else I had in common with Adolf Hitler.
Oh, I see. Very amusing.
I seem to have put my foot in it. Didn't mean to.
Hugo, why didn't you watch the show from the wings as you always do? I looked for you, but you weren't there.
I know, my dear. I lost my little protecting device.
Protecting? Say, if you mean this gun I found in the corridor outside here.
Yes, it looks like mine.
Wish I'd known. I'd have given it to you before.
May I take it?
Why not? It's yours.
Yes, I always carry it to help me look after Natasha.
Not a bad idea.
Come, Natasha, we must hurry. I've sent the maid and secretary on ahead.
The train not go till after show. Yeah, what's the rush?
Hurry, I say, Natasha.
Hugo, why can't we change
No, the man is here. Seen him. This is our chance.
Chance for what?
Please keep out of this. I tell you to hurry, Natasha. I mean to hurry. Come on.
Hugo, my arm. Oh, you're hurting
Married
me.
people act funny, Swan.
Now, come. We can't waste time, Louis.
Just a minute. You're leaving that suitcase. It's right by the wall there behind you.
Oh, that, yes, I know. Doesn't belong to us.
That's funny. Wonder whose it is.
Just a cheap cardboard affair.
Yeah, so I see, but it's got a pretty fancy lock on it for such a cheap bag. Let's take a look at it.
Don't touch it.
Why not? You say it isn't yours, maybe...
Leave it alone, you fool.
Yours his head, please.
Not me. Maybe he can order you around, but not me.
Don't take another step or I'll blow you to kingdom come.
Oh, sort of showing your fangs, aren't you, Hugo? That's mighty big talk for such a little twerp.
Very well. You ask for it and I
Wait a minute, listen. Hear that, Kolo? No, hear nothing from here. Sounds like a time bomb.
Quite right, my nosy friend. And for your interference...
Put down that gun, Hugo. It's only loaded with blanks anyway.
What?
Sure. Why do you think I snitched it from your pocket?
You're bluffing.
Am I? Pull that trigger. See, Hugo? Blanks. Come on, the party's over.
Not quite, it isn't.
Oh, Hugo, my arm. Oh, you're
I'll do more than that.
One team, he got knifed. What's the gag, my little Nazi Aryan?
Make one move towards that suitcase and I cut Natasha's throat.
No hurt, Russian woman. Russian woman, good. Hugo, what makes you think I care what happens to Natasha?
He thinks I brought you here. He thinks I've told you the truth.
The truth? What is truth?
I got in trouble with the Munich police years ago. Hugo knew about it. He blackmailed me and he made me marry him. Finally, I got away and I came here. When I got to be a star, he followed me. By this time, he was doing...
Natasha.
I get it. Hugo's a Nazi agent. He forced you to donate funds to his outfit.
Yes, but I'm a Russian. I hate the Nazis.
But what about this time bomb?
In half an hour it'll go off. Hugo made me come here tonight because
Let me tell it, my dear. It's my pleasure. Beyond that wall, Mr. Bradley, is the commandant's office. In that office is Colonel Dermer, one of your country's coast defense experts.
Coast defense?
He is having a very important meeting with coastal experts from all over your country. Very clever of them to hold the meeting here in the Middle West. And very clever of me to find it out, don't you think?
Only up to a point, Hugo. Because I'm going to soak that suitcase in water.
Excuse me, you are not. I must remind you I still have a knife.
Oh, yes, the knife. Well, Kolo and I will show you a little trick about that, Hugo. You see, I reached for the suitcase like this, and...
Hugo!
Now, Kolo!
Oh, my arm!
That was the little trick, Hugo. Kolo always carries a knife, too. And while you watch me, Kolo throws the knife... Cannot hear, Tuan. He has fainted. Good shot, Kolo. Now we'll turn on the water in that shower bath and soak the danger out of this time bomb.
Hurry, Mr. Bradley. Hugo may be unconscious, but he's still dangerous.
No, the danger's been soaked out of him, too. He's all through, Natasha.
Then you've given me my freedom. You've saved me from disgrace.
Don't thank me, lady. This time the thanks all go to my friend Kolo. Look at him grinning there.
Oh, Kolo, how can I ever thank you?
Russian woman good, Tuan Jim. Kolo no.
Jungle Jim brings you still other adventures in this Sunday.
The Treasury Star Parade, starring Edward G. Robinson. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Bacher, with Miss Dinah Shore, Miss Mabel Todd, David Brookman and his orchestra, and Edward G. Robinson as our master of ceremonies. This is Edward G. Robinson, ladies and gentlemen, and another of the programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. You know, there's no place in the world like this country of ours. Its industries, its manpower, and its wealth. And no place that is so lavish with the rewards that she heaps upon her favorites. Dame Fortune has smiled on this wonderful girl standing here beside me, who in a few short years has become one of America's outstanding singers of songs. Outstanding because she sings out of her heart to the heart of America. Because there's a rhythm in her voice which is the rhythm of America. Miss Dinah Shore, singing, He Wears a Pair of Silver Wings.
It's just a simple love affair. Two people met, they learned to care and found themselves in heaven. To you, maybe the story's nothing new to me. It's all my wildest dreams come true. Although some people say he's just a crazy guy, to me he means a million other things. For he's the one who taught this happy heart of mine to fly. He wears a pair of silver wings. And though it's pretty tough, the job he does above, I wouldn't have him change it for a king. An ordinary fellow in the uniform I love, he wears a pair of silver wings. I'm so full of pride when we go walking, every time he's home on leave. He with those wings on his tunic, me with my heart on my sleeve. But when I'm left alone and we are far apart, I sometimes wonder what tomorrow brings. For I adore that crazy guy who taught my happy heart to wear a pair of silver.
Thank you, Dinah Shore.
And thank you, Mr. Robinson. May I return the compliment by introducing you?
Well, certainly. Go ahead while I get into my makeup.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dame Fortune certainly hasn't overlooked Edward G. Robinson either. He used to be my favorite gangster, but he seems to have moved over to the side of the law and become a real power for good in Big Town. And just between us, how I've always envied his leading ladies. Today, Mr. Robinson, in makeup, plays the part of a cab driver in J. Franklin Jones' radio sketch entitled Joe Dokes and the White Star.
Our scene could be any place in America, but to localize it, it's a phone booth and a beer joint in Brooklyn. Joe Mybaum, a cab driver, is making a long-distance telephone call.
Hey, sister, when are you going to get that call through?
I'm working on it.
Maybe I should have waited till the night shift comes on.
I'll call you when I have your party.
Now, hurry it up, will you? Hey, Smitty, bring me a beer, will you? You think I was trying to call Hedy Lamar's boudoir? Hello?
Here's your party. Go ahead.
Hello, Tokyo. Let me talk to Hirohito. Yeah, the Emperor. What do you mean you don't talk to nobody? How does he get a short beer? Okay. Comb the rice out of your hair, will you? And let me talk to Premier Tojo. Well, then let me... Oh, no, just let me talk to Japan. Well, this is Joe Dokes over in the USA talking. Yeah, can you hear me? Well, now listen, buddy, but good, because I want to tell you something. Something about them planes that give you Japs the hot with the other day. What? This is Joe talking, I told you. Joe Dokes in America, you know. Joe the butcher, the baker, the barkeep, the bricklayer, Joe the busboy, Joe on the subway, Joe on the prairies, on the merry-go-round, Joe on a half a pound of sugar a week, Joe in Kansas, Joe on the bleachers, Joe in Macy's basement, Joe on a Jeep. Can you hear me? I said this is Joe Dokes. Joe, you know, who wants a house with a tree in Jackson Heights. Joe loves peanuts and beer and French fried potatoes. Joe has faith in God and democracy and the Brooklyn Dodgers. Joe believes in Santa Claus. Poor, innocent, happy-go-lucky, minding his own business, Joe Dokes, the unknown soldier.
Did you get your party?
Yeah, but will you get off the line? Will you? I'm talking.
I'm sorry.
Just shut up, will you, sister? Hello, you still listening, Tokyo? Well, okay, keep listening. I want to put you straight on something. You know, the other day, you guys said you could tell there was United States planes bombing you on account of you could see them red and blue circles with the white star painted on the planes. Oh, boy. You're so right, Slant Eyes. And since from now on you're going to see a lot more of them planes, I want to tell you about that red, white, and blue do-gadget painted on them airplanes. They're going to be all over you pretty soon. Buzzing, bombing you. Till you got red and blue circles under your eyes. Till you're seeing stars by the hundreds. Now, what I want to tell you is about what them white stars painted on them planes stand for. But if you was here where I am, you could see for yourself. Huh? On a phone booth in Brooklyn. Don't laugh, you bum. Yeah, I'll sick MacArthur on you. Where I'm standing, I can see right out of the window this Flatbush Cocktail Lounge. And I can see clean across America. I can see the Yankee Stadium. Yeah, we'd have beat them bums last year if Mickey hadn't dropped the third strike. And then I can see the Hudson River and the Blue Ridge Mountains, the Hatfields and McCoys. I can see them flat fields in Nebraska. Well, how do I know what they're growing? Corn, wheat, asparagus? I ain't never been there. And I can see them Rocky Mountains. In fact, I can see all the way across America to the Pacific Ocean, which ain't so Pacific no more. Yeah, all of them things I can see from here, Slant Eyes. That's what that white star on them planes stand for.
Your 3 minutes are up, sir.
But I ain't through yet.
Shall I tell you when the next 3 minutes are up?
Will you stop making with dialogue and get out of here? Why don't you air condition these phone booths? Well, it's like the Luxor baths in here. You still there, Tokyo? Hold on a minute, will you? I'll open the door of this booth. I'm sweating. Listen, Tokyo. Hear that jukebox music? Well, them's American songs, right out of Tin Pan Alley. Sad songs, blues songs, hot songs, love songs. Yeah, even boogie-woogie. Anybody that can rhyme June and Moon and Home and Road can write a song over here. Gershwin, Stokowski, Steve Foster. Yeah, and old Satchmouth. Even I wrote one once called My Little Gray Home in West Orange. Now listen to this song, Tokyo, because you're going to hear it while you're eating your sukiyaki. Now, that Slant Eyes, we got another song that white star stands for. Extra special. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty. Of thee I sing. Land where... I know the words, you louse. Maybe I didn't before Pearl Harbor, but I do now. Where my fathers died. Land of the Pilgrim's pride. From every mountainside, let freedom ring. Hear that? Let freedom ring. Freedom of speech and press and religion and peaceful assemblage. Like up in Union Square. Maybe they ain't quiet, but they're peaceful assembled. Huh? What do you mean we got no other art? Sure we have. And we got the movies and the theaters and books and long-haired guys calling themselves poets. Yeah, sure. And we got guys with bust-up rocks and call it sculpturing. We got all kinds of art. Smitty, the barkeep here, he's got a new tattooed on his chest. Oh, boy. Brother, that's art, too. Yeah, that's something else that white star stands for. You understand?
Hello? Are you the gentleman who is calling Bing Crosby?
No, I ain't calling Bing. Get off the wire, will you, Myrtle?
Well, somebody is calling Bing.
You still listening, Tokyo? Look, I want you to hear something else. Hear that, Slant Eyes? Them's church bells over here in America. That means people got their hands all folded up praying. White hands, black hands, red hands, dirty, greasy hands, all kinds. Hands of Gentiles, Jews, Catholics, Mormons, Baptists, what's in the name? Shakespeare. All them people praying in a row in the same church or in 100 different churches. They can burn the candles at one end or both ends. What do we care? God can hear them in St. Patrick's Cathedral or the little church in the Wildwood. That's something else that white star stands for.
Are you calling Murray Hill?
Will you get out of here, Myrtle?
Well, who are you calling, sir?
Well, never mind. I'm doing all right. Listen, Tokyo. I can tell you 100 million things that white star stands for. Like it stands for America, for peace, for love, for jelly beans, for guts, for hot dogs, for Hollywood, for Uncle Sam, for Jack Benny and Fred Allen, for home, for 48 states, for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, for V for victory, for Wilkie buttons, for the 8-ball, for chewing gum, for Mickey Mouse, for church toppers, for Walter Winchell, for tenements, Muncie, Indiana, for coal mines, for FDR. Yeah, and for me, Joe Dokes. And you know where we got the idea for that white star? Ain't original with us. It was copyrighted a couple of 1,000 years ago when them shepherds seen it while they was watching them sheep. The night Joe Dokes was born in Bethlehem. I don't mean P.A. Sure, I'm calling him Joe Dokes. Because that's how he'd want to be known. Because he was one of us little people, halo and all. That's what that white star stands for, Tokyo. And you might tell your pal Adolf about it on account he's going to see a lot of them white stars, too. Hey, Myrtle, I was cut off.
It's not my fault. Japan has suddenly cut off all communications with the outside. I believe they're having an air raid.
Oh, you're telling me, sister. White stars over Tokyo. Hey, Smitty, give me another beer. Now what's the matter?
You owe for 4 minutes overtime.
Okay, here's your nickel.
Deposit $178.45, please.
Hey, you got the wrong number, sister. You want the Chase National Bank.
Deposit $178.45. I'm waiting.
All I got is nickels. That'll take me all day.
I have nothing else to do.
Okay, Michael, here they come. When you get tired, holler, will you, and I'll stop.
Would you please help the Salvation Army?
Well, sure, sister. Have a handful of nickels. And have them boys strike up the band.
There are 130 million Joe Dokes in this country, and even if they all haven't the colorful gift of speech that our cab driver has, the sentiment is the same. And it isn't all just talk. It's fight, work, and save. That's the watchword in America today. Have you answered your war bond quota call? It calls for at least 10% of your salary, 10% of your total income invested in war savings bonds and stamps. If you're meeting your quota, you're entitled to display the new Treasury War Bond sticker, and you and your entire family are entitled to wear the new Treasury 10% buttons. You can obtain them from your own payroll savings officer or from your city, county, or state war savings administrator. Remember, they are your badge of honor as an American. The United States Treasury Department wishes to thank the distinguished artists who gave their talents to this performance and the Hollywood Victory Committee for its courtesy in arranging for these appearances.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance presented this week and every week till it's over. Over there. Okay there, men, here's that big league show of yours where all the players are all stars and everyone a four-letter star, with letters from the Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Coast Guard. So let's get rolling with the command officer of Command Performance tonight, your choice for Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Edward Arnold.
Thank you, Paul Douglas. Hello, fellows. You know, here in Hollywood, when an actor is away from the set, they shoot around him till he gets back. Right now, we're shooting around you fellows who are doing the shooting over there. But we're going full blast with production. Now, speaking of shooting, Command Performance is really going to shoot the works tonight with a cast that's bigger than a 16-gun salute. From North Island to Australia and from Africa to Aruba, your letters have poured in for a famous lady and a famous song that she introduced just 25 years ago. And, fellows, here they are, assisted by Reginald Bean, Laura Vaughan, and Ella Lashley, and the St. Louis Blues, and Ethel Waters.
I hate to see that evening sun go down. I hate to see that evening sun go down. 'Cause my sweet man done left me in this town. If I'm feeling tomorrow like I feel today, feeling tomorrow like I feel today, I'm packing my grip and making my getaway. While that St. Louis woman that wore them diamond rings led my man around by her apron string. If it wasn't for her powder and for her snowboard hair, the man I love wouldn't have gone nowhere. Got the St. Louis blues, and I'm blue as I can be. My man's got a heart like a rock has in the sea. Or else he wouldn't have gone so far from me. But when you see me leaving tin crepe on your door, won't be dangerous in coming back no more. Got my railroad blues, railroad fare, feel like riding and a jet nowhere. Even get me a train 15 coaches long. When you look for waters, I'll be gone. The train I ride is marked Santa Fe. Carry me back yonder to Tennessee to my dear old mama and dad. Best time I ever had. So long, 'cause I'm on my way.
Thank you, Ethel Waters and the trio. And thanks to Konstantin Bakalanikoff and the RKO Studio Orchestra, appearing through the courtesy of Local 47. And now for Corporal KDL at APO 958, for MAB at that embassy in Quito, Ecuador, and for 14 Pennsylvania Irishmen now in North Island, the strangest phenomena of the 20th century, the only living fish mimic, Richard Haydn.
ladies and gentlemen, I stand before this microphone, the only natural fish mimic in the entire universe. There are, of course, other mimics, but none so completely natural as myself. This is no time for tittering. I am married, having a wife and 2 children, and in passing it is interesting to note that they cannot imitate fish at all. In appearance, I am rising 63, of medium stature, having whitish hair, a pointed face, glasses, and a fawn moustache. And looking at me, it is difficult to imagine why I have been endowed with this great gift. By great gift, I of course refer to my powers of fish mimicry, and not to my fawn moustache. I did not discover my great gift until, as you see, late in years. And the method of its discovery is in itself highly entertaining. I must insist upon a deathly hush. To use the words of one critic after my first recital, it does not seem possible in this day and age that such things can occur. Some 5 years ago, I was out shopping when a errand boy dropped a package upon my foot. As is natural under such circumstances, I cried out, inadvertently emitting the call of the goby or sea squirt. And a well-known fishmonger who was passing on a bus got off and said, "That voice is a gold mine." My reply was, "What do you mean?" And over a cup of tea he told me. Since that day, my life has been one long extravaganza. When I decided I don't want to have to get ugly. When I decided to allow the world to share my great gift by going on the stage, my friends all said, "You must be mad. That life will kill you." My reply was, "Well, we will see." I will now give you a demonstration of one of my most superhuman feats. I will imitate the call of the red-bellied gudgeon or a blushing fish. This call is so high in the scale as to be completely inaudible to the human eardrum. Dog. You'll do yourself an injury. Dogs can hear it, however, as their eardrums are highly sensitive. And it is also audible to a certain lady friend of mine, a Mrs. Phelps, who lives on the Norfolk Broads, and who has been endowed, through some caprice of Mother Nature, with the eardrums of a elk hound. Silence, I beg of you. I will now give the call of the red-bellied gudgeon or blushing fish, and although you will hear practically nothing, I advise you to watch the expression on your dog's face. Should you chance to have him or her with you. Are you ready? Now, will you be perfectly quiet and watch your dog's faces? Amazing, is it not?
Thank you, Richard Haydn. Well, men, in your letters to command performance, you ask for the best and you'll continue to get it until that duration becomes reality. And that's why tonight, in answer to those letters from Australia, Trinidad, and the Canal Zone, from ships in the Pacific and the Atlantic, from you men on the islands out there west of the West Coast, from pilots and bombardiers, from men in the tank corps and infantry, and hundreds more, your country's greatest violinist, Jascha Heifetz. By worldwide command of the AEF, accompanied by Emmanuel Bay, Mr. Heifetz plays Schubert's Ave Maria. his concluding selection, Mr. Heifetz plays Drigo's Valse Bluette. Thank you, Yasha Heifetz. On behalf of Uncle Sam's fighting men throughout the world. You know, fellas, it's seldom that one program, a program that's so much music on, an abundance of musical genius. You've just heard the world's greatest violinist, Yasha Heifetz, and now standing before me is another great violinist. I'm sure you'll all be thrilled to hear him.
Well, I hope so.
That great American violin virtuoso, Jack Benny.
Thank you, Edward Arnold. You know, fellas, I'm in a terribly embarrassed position tonight, as it just so happens, well, you may not believe this, but the two numbers that I had prepared for this evening were the same two numbers that Mr. Heifetz chose to play. When I heard Mr. Heifetz play the first number, I said to myself, oh, Jack, this is just a coincidence. I still have one more. But when I heard him play the second one, I damn near swooned. Of course, our technique is entirely different. You see, Mr. Heifetz is more of a straight violinist, whereas I go in for novelties. In fact, last week, at a benefit performance, I played a beautiful song called When the Swallows Return to Capistrano. This was quite novel, as I had a string attached to the little finger of my bow arm. And in this number, When the Swallows Return to Capistrano, as I would draw my bow to and fro across the violin, it would ring a mission bell. I also gulped frequently to indicate swallows. People are still talking about it. Of course, fellas, I'd like to point out, as long as I have to play on the program this evening, is that at least Mr. Heifetz's violin and mine are entirely different. You see, Mr. Heifetz has an Italian violin. I believe it's a Stradivarius. I bought mine at 3rd and Main. I got a hell of a buy on it. Of course, I'm in kind of a spot now. I hardly know what to do, as both of my selections have been, shall I say, nipped by Mr. Heifetz. Let's see. Mr. Heifetz. Mr. Heifetz.
Yes.
Mr. Heifetz, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Benny.
Benny?
Yes, Jack Benny. I'm a violinist, too, you know.
Oh, yes. You're a radio comedian, aren't you?
Oh, well, I do dabble in radio occasionally, but my real talent lies in the field of music. And incidentally, I do want to congratulate you on your rendition of those two selections.
Thank you so much.
Which I had intended to play.
Well, I'm sorry that happened. If you'd spoken to me before this program, I could have substituted other numbers.
Well, it doesn't really make any difference because I have other numbers up my sleeve, too, brother. But I was just thinking, Mr. Heifetz, rather than playing a solo, it might be a good idea if we played a duet together. What the hell are you laughing at? What do you say?
Why, I think that would be rather amusing. Is there anything in particular you'd care to suggest?
Oh, I don't know. I'll leave that to you, Mr. Heifetz. What would you suggest?
Well, let's see. How about Paganini's Perpetuum Mobile?
Well, what was that? What was that, Mr. Heifetz?
Paganini.
Paganini's
Paganini.
Perpetuum Mobile. Oh. Well, I'll tell you the truth, Mr. Heifetz, that song has been done to death. Isn't there something else you could suggest? I mean, something?
Yes, I suppose so. Let's see. How about the Saint-Saëns introduction and Rondo Capriccioso?
Well,
you know,
the sun. Saint-Saëns.
You know.
Yes, I see. I don't know. That number never seemed to get anywhere. I mean, people don't hum it, you know. Look, Mr. Heifetz, how about our playing Love in Bloomiocio? It's very catchy.
Blooming what?
Love in Bloomiocio.
Love in Bloomiocio.
Yeah.
Bloomiocio. I don't believe I know that one.
He's supposed to be a great violinist. Well, look, Mr. Heifetz, let's you and I play. I have a suggestion. We'll play McDowell's to a Wild Rose. How would that be?
McDowell's to a Wild Rose?
Yeah, you know, Jeanette McDowell's to a Wild Rose.
Oh.
Shall we?
Yes. But, unfortunately, I haven't rehearsed that number in years.
Good. Now, Mr. Heifetz, you take the first strain, I'll take the second, and we'll alternate throughout the number. And then, could I have A, please? That's close enough, I think. We have an introduction. You take the first strain, will you, Mr. Heifetz?
Thank you.
If you please. Yes, thanks. McDowell's to Wild Rose. An introduction, please. You please, Mr. Heifetz.
Thank you.
I'll take it from here. Honest, folks, can you tell the difference? Continue, Mr. Heifetz, please.
How am I doing, Mr. Benny?
Very good. Oh, pardon me, Mr. Heifetz. I believe right there in that last strain. Oh, I see. I'm so sorry. But, look, I didn't mean to interrupt there, but look, Mr. Heifetz, I did think in that last strain, if I remember correctly, you should have played it in double stop. May I show you? What I meant by that? Something like this. See what I mean there?
Much better.
Much better.
Much better.
Now, I have a little cadenza in here.
Go ahead.
How was that?
Shall we continue?
Yes. I'll G-string it here a little bit. I bet you thought I was going to be lousy, didn't you?
Thank you, Yasha Heifetz and Jack Benny. Well, fellows, as Jack Benny just said when he put his violin back in the mothballs, that's all, brother. Again next week, Command Performance will be on deck to show a good time to you guys who are giving the actors a bad time. This is Edward Arnold speaking from Hollywood, where the stars come through with flying colors for you men who keep the colors flying over there. And by the way, fellows, if you run across a little jerk named Hitler and he's complaining about the summer heat, tell him it's not half as hot as the hell he's going to get from Uncle Sam. So long.
That's it, fellas. Command Performance USA and good night from the stars you've just heard. We're on 24-hour watch for those letters, men, so keep them rolling into Command Performance, care of the station to which you're listening, and your big show will be rolling out to you each week and every week till it's over there. This is Paul Douglas saying the best of the best from the USA.
Hiya, fellas. This is Jill, assisted by the AEF jukebox, some of the best in records, and a pretty fair case of sniffles. Yep, fellas, nearly had to get on the sick book, but not quite, so if I chew a word or two, forgive it, will you? We have about 12 minutes of music today, which means I won't get much of a chance to talk anyway, which isn't bad. And so, to get the jive jiving, it's a good old woodchopper's ball with Woody Herman. wood choppers were chopping that one, especially for Seaman First Class Eugene Conyer and the Boat Pool Gang in Tent 64, PFC Maurice Parker and the men at APO 818, Corporal Urchiuli and his gang at APO 565, John William Young and all the men at Navy 919, T.J. Keeter, and all the cooks and bakers at Navy 3205. And next on the turntable is that mad melody, and her tears flowed like wine. So far, the only record of it we've had is Stan Kenton's, but Ella Fitzgerald put it on wax, so we'll see how Ella does it. And dedicate it to Private Alvin Coleman and the men at APO 987. Ella Fitzgerald singing And Her Tears Flowed Like Wine.
He was such a handsome sailor, how he taught the old Magoo. He told her that he loved her, and 1,000 others too. And then he bought a diamond and some expensive furs. But alas, and alack, like a stab in the back, she found they wasn't hers.
And her tears flowed like wine, yes, her tears flowed like wine. She's a real sad tomato, she's a busted Valentine. Knows her mama and told her that a man is done unkind.
But then the guy got jilted, and her hopes arose once more. So she went to beauty parlors and took facials by the score. And when he came to see her, she smiled the evening through, till he said, girlfriend, get your money back. Gravel Gertie is the name for you.
And her tears flowed like wine, yes, her tears flowed like wine. She's a real sad tomato, she's a busted Valentine. Knows her mama done told her that a man is done unkind.
About to order when she said, come home to dinner. Don't you want some beans again? That ain't clicking with the Navy. The sailor said he. So then she laid her pencil down, had to let the guy go free.
And her tears flowed like wine, yes, her tears flowed like wine. She's a real sad tomato, she's a busted Valentine. Knows her mama done told her that a man is done unkind.
She's a real sad tomato, and the tears flow like wine.
Every so often, GI Jive goes sort of high class in a musical way, and this is one of those times. Quite a few requests are on file for that Dave Rose composition, Holiday for Strings. So here it is by Dave Rose and his orchestra. Say, fellas, we got so many requests for this next tune that I just can't call them off. So here it is, dedicated with a million thanks to all of you who asked for Glenn Miller's fine record of String of Pearls. Well, that just about does it, fellas. Don't forget, requests are yours for the asking, so let me know what you want at GI Jive, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Till tomorrow, this is Jill saying good morning to some of you, good afternoon to some more of you, and to the rest of you, good night.
Forces Radio Service.
At Ease. At Ease is the Armed Forces Radio Service presents a quarter hour of music played without interruption. So, at ease, and listen to the folk songs of tomorrow.
love to come home. I counted every minute of each livelong day. Been so melancholy since he went away. I shed a million teardrops or more, waiting for the one I adore. I'm waiting in the depot by the railroad track, looking for the choo-choo train that brings him back. I'm waiting for my life to begin, waiting for the train to come in. Waiting for the train to come in. Waiting for my love to come home. I've counted every minute of each livelong day. Been so melancholy since he went away. I shed a million teardrops or more, waiting for the one I adore. I'm waiting in the depot by the railroad track, looking for the choo-choo train that brings him back, waiting for my life to begin. Waiting for the train to come in.
When my baby smiles at me, my heart goes roaming to paradise. And when my baby smiles at me,
there's such a wonderful light in her eyes.
the kind of light that means just love, the kind of love that brings sweet harmony. I sigh, I cry, it's just a glimpse of heaven when my baby smiles at me.
It was just a neighborhood dance, that's all that it was. But oh, what it seemed to be. It was like a masquerade ball with costumes and all, 'cause you were at the dance with me. It was just a ride on a train, that's all that it was. But oh, what it seemed to be. It was like a trip to the stars, to
Venus and Mars, 'cause you were on the train with me. And when I kissed you, darling, it was more than just a thrill for me. It was a promise, darling, of the things that fate had willed for me. It was just a wedding in June, that's all that it was, but oh, what it seemed to be. It was like a royal affair, with everyone there, 'cause you said, yes I do to me. Oh, what it seemed to be.
Past quarter hour, you have been at ease with songs by Four Sisters and Vernon Polk, the Alan Roth Chorus, and the orchestra under the direction of Percy Faith. The songs you enjoyed were June Comes Around Every Year, Waiting for the Train, and My Baby Smiles at Me, Oh, What It Seemed to Be, and Out of the World. is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
California Melodies, out of the West to you. Good evening, and welcome once again to a concert of modern music scored and conducted by David Rose, sung by lovely radio and television star Maxine Gray, as we invite America to enjoy an entertainment feature from the Don Lee Studios in Hollywood. "5 years ago, America and the world mourned the passing of a man who made music speak the language of his soul to the hearts of his fellow men. On July 11th, 1937, this great composer walked quietly from the stage which he had made vibrant with the concert of his genius. And tonight, for the third year, David pays tribute with these California Melodies to that genius and the immortal name of George Gershwin. Gershwin's greatest effort and much of his most excellent music are represented in the famous opera Porgy and Bess. Here in the graphically painted alluvium of Catfish Row, Simple Porgy sings the song of his heart. There are many names for love, and many tricks to the game it plays. And for each of the tricks, there's a song for a pretty girl to sing, like the sad one to be sung right now by our star of song, Maxine Gray.
Writing songs of love, but not for me. A lucky stars above, but not for me. With love to lead the way, I've found more clouds of gray than any Russian play could guarantee. I was a fool to fall and get that way. Hi-ho, alas, and also Although I can't dismiss the memory of his kiss, I guess he's not for me. But not for me. But not for me. With love to lead the way, I've found more clouds of gray than any Russian play could guarantee. I was a fool to fall and get that way. Hi-ho, alas, and also lack a day. Although I can't dismiss the memory of his kiss, I guess he's not for me.
Whether romance is mystery or mystery romance seems to be a puzzle without solution. But the question was stated quite clearly when Gershwin penned these measures for George White's Scandals of 1924. Music, they say, is man's universal language. George Gershwin found many ways of making that adage live. He wrote songs of love that speak not in poetic superlatives, but simply as the lover speaks. Songs that, even after a dozen years, are fresh and very popular. Pretty Maxine makes her second appearance in our concert with a page from the earlier part of our Gershwin album and the scintillating picture of a clandestine romance.
Oh, do it again. I may say no, 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 but do it again. My lips just ache to have you take the kiss that's waiting for you. You know if you do, you won't regret it. Come and get it all. No one is near. I may cry, oh, 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 oh. no one will hear. Mama may scold me, 'cause she told me it is naughty, but then I'll do it again. Please do it again. Oh, do it again. I may say no, 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 but do it again. My lips just ache to have you take the kiss that's waiting for you. You know if you do, you won't regret it. Come and get it all. No one is near. I may cry, oh, 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 but no one will hear. Mama may scold me, 'cause she told me it is naughty, but then, oh, do it again. Please do it again.
I rather doubt that George Gershwin would have enjoyed the mantle of artistic inspiration. I don't imagine this thorough, practical, able craftsman would have wanted pretty eulogies to his accomplishments. We feel that the opera into which he put the dreams of all his lifetime completely expresses him in his realistic, mundane, utterly simple greatness. So David has arranged another song from Porgy and Bess as the finale to his tribute to a thoroughly individual, thoroughly accomplished, thoroughly American personality. These have been California Melodies. And so we bring down the curtain on our George Gershwin Memorial Concert Moderne, scored and conducted by David Rose. Our star of radio and television, lovely Maxine Gray, was heard singing But Not For Me and Do It Again, and David conducted Oh Lady Be Good, I Got Plenty of Nothin', Somebody Loves Me, Embraceable You, and Bess, You Is My Woman Now. As we leave, we invite you to join us next week, same time, when once again, from the Don Lee KHJ studios in Hollywood, we bring these California melodies out of the West to you. Your announcer has been Bill Gordon. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.